G'day mate, 40 here. Got this wonderful new addiction in my life. I'm dropping $5, $6, sometimes $7 a day on this new addiction. It's vitamin water. It's kosher, it's sugar-free, it's no calories, it's just so delicious, so refreshing. So, I don't know if you've ever heard of the Cronulla Riots. Right, they were a big deal in Australia about 2005. And what are the moral lessons that we can glean from the Cronulla Riots? Helen Andrews is my new favorite writer on current events, and she has this profound piece in Compact magazine about how Australia's Cronulla race riots helped to stop a problem with migrant grooming of Australian girls. And it's stunning to realize how the British largely accepted Pakistani immigrants raping hundreds of their girls, while Australians very quickly fought back and stopped these mass rapes. So in the early 2000s, Sydney was rocked by a series of gang rapes, and the victims were ordinary Australian girls, some as young as 13, and the perpetrators were Muslim. They were mostly Lebanese and some Pakistanis. And 2 cases received extensive newspaper coverage, and the phenomenon was even more widespread. So sexual assault rates increased 25% between 1996 and 2003 in Sydney, even as every other type of violent crime was declining. And the gang rapes were similar to the grooming gangs operating in Great Britain during the same period. The difference is, in Britain, the problem was allowed to fester, while Australia nipped its problem in the bud. Right? Now, how did Australia fight back against the groomers, and what lessons can we learn? And the most important lesson is you've got to control your territory. You've got to enforce the norms, and you have to make migrants conform to your norms, or they will rape you. Right, so the first thing that Australia did right was to prosecute the perpetrators vigorously and quickly and hand down long sentences. About half of murders in America do not get solved. Right? About half of murderers get away with it. Now, these murders are disproportionately in the black community, and the black community is highly suspicious of police and doesn't provide police with much assistance. And so I'm just thinking off the top of my head, there could be some sort of tacit deal made with America's black communities whereby more resources are promised to policing and catching and prosecuting murderers in their community if the community is willing to provide much more assistance than it currently does. And the second thing that Australia did right, it refused to shy away from the race and religious and the immigrant angle, right? So there were many voices in the media, and there were many voices in the Muslim community, and there are many voices in Australia's politically correct elite who wanted this aspect of the rapes suppressed. But the attackers had used distinctively racial language during their assaults, right? They would say things like, "We're going to rape you, you Aussie sluts, and if a Leb wants to F you, you get effed," right? And judges in Australia and politicians addressed these racial remarks publicly. So you may have heard of the Cronulla race riots. That's a suburb in Sydney, and no one was killed, no one was seriously wounded, but you had white crowds chasing Middle Eastern men, God forbid, down the streets of the seaside suburb, throwing beer bottles and shouting "F off Lebs," right? So Lebos is how Australians often call the Lebanese immigrants. And the immediate spark was the beating of 2 volunteer lifeguards by 8 Lebanese youth the previous week. So Australia is an overwhelmingly secular country, and in effect, Australia's cathedrals are its beaches, right? They're beautifully maintained, wonderful public facilities. You have lifeguards, you have nice public toilets with, abundant toilet paper. And you had rising tensions in Cronulla over harassment and intimidation of white beachgoers by the Lebanese, right? The Lebanese were trying to take over this part of Australian turf. And in the background of this takeover were these rapes of Australian girls. So could the riots perhaps, God forbid, have something to do with why the gang rape problem in Sydney was resolved? Did it matter that Australians, right, unlike the English, made a show of force in defense of their way of life, in addition to prosecuting the offenders in a court of law, and having people in public not shy away from the race, religion, and immigration angle?
Religious side of it is definitely a big part. The way they're brought up and the way we're brought up Just the way the morals our parents teach us and the morals their parents teach us is completely different.
From Four Corners.
What's different about the way they're brought up?
I think...
So by and large, the Australian elite and the Australian news media are even more politically correct and definitely more left-wing than America's. The Australian public, however, is less politically correct than your average American, largely because the Australian public has many more years proportionally of secular university education.
It's got to do a lot with respect for women.
I can't go to the beach normally and wear what I'd usually wear, because when I do, I feel as though I'm getting targeted. Like people saying to me like just names and stuff that I'm being called for wearing a bikini in my own show. Like, I've grown up here and I'm local at the beach, and I just don't think I should feel like that. It's just been getting worse and worse and worse. I'm getting targeted.
Yeah. Sarah's boyfriend, Mark, is concerned because he thinks that under Muslim law, it's okay to rape. He's wrong and confused about a pack rape case 4 years ago, where the ringleader was Lebanese-Australian Bilal Scuff.
I don't know if you remember, but when they were being tried in the court, they wanted him to be tried in an Islamic court. Do you remember that? No, yeah, because they wanted him to be tried under Islamic law, because they were saying that that's okay to do that to a woman.
To rape someone?
Yeah, that's what...
You did have imams, right? You did have Muslim Islamic leaders going on the offense in defense of these Muslim boys. Now, Jews, religious Jews, want to have religious Jewish communities with the power to enforce their own laws, not against secular laws, but in supplement to create and maintain and discipline your own community. You have to have laws. So there is certainly an instinct on traditionally inclined Jews to recognize the desire of Muslims and other minority groups to have their own law courts. But any religious leader that justifies rape, right, that should just not be on. It should not be allowed against the domestic secular law.
That's what they were saying.
I want government to stop the growing threat. And I want them to stop appeasing Islam and to stop appeasing people that follow Islam.
They'll probably possibly outbreed us, and once they get the numbers, they can vote their members into Parliament. And once their members are in Parliament, they can pass laws like we've already tried to get the Islamic law into Australia a few times.
Are you concerned that this could become an Islamic state?
Yeah, definitely.
New South Wales police are now...
Now, a shortcoming with all these news media reports about the problems experienced by Muslims in the West is they don't devote nearly enough attention toward the advantages that Muslim immigrants bring, right? I think every group should think about their effect on the majority, right? Are you operating in a way that is a blessing or a curse to the majority? You should have some clarity, and your leaders should emphasize the type of behavior that accords with a blessing to the majority and awareness of the type of behavior that makes your presence a curse to the majority. And if your group behaves consistently in a way that is a curse to the majority, that's a very bad sign, and it's a very bad sign for your own group's interest.
Now far more visible on Cronulla Beach, and locals will tell you that it's about time. That Middle Eastern gangs have been picking fights with them for years and getting away with it. Police acknowledge there has been escalating tension, but there isn't an ethnic breakdown of local crime, so evidence is largely anecdotal.
I was with my friend Chris, the guy I live with, and these two people were just walking through Cronulla Mall, and these two people of, Lebanese or Middle Eastern appearance, whatever, they just said, what are you looking at? Kind of wanted to fight us. And they said, meet us down at North Cronulla, and we'll...
So the ICE riots, the riots in reaction to Donald Trump sending immigration enforcement around Los Angeles and other Democratic-controlled cities with high numbers of illegal immigrants, in large part, a battle over who is going to maintain control over territory and whose norms are going to dominate, right? And unless you stand up for the preservation of your norms, you are laying the way for other people to come in and to conquer you, right? Every group wants to shape its environment, right, in its own interest. And if you don't actively take steps to shape the environment around you in your own group's interest, right, some other group is going to overpower you and you will effectively have to submit to it. So control of space and control over the framing of reality and control over the framing of categories, right, are essential for the maintenance of civilization. Civilization requires big, strong, tall, thick walls. And Australia has many advantages here in that it's an island continent perhaps, and it's a lot easier for Australia to keep out illegal immigrants than for America. And because Australia's done a pretty good job with controlling illegal immigration, then it's the best country in the world probably for your average bloke. And Australian teenagers who start working, right, they can get a fair dinkum wage because there aren't a lot of illegal immigrants undercutting them. While I remember I worked 1984-85 in Australia, and I was making about $25 an hour American, having a cleaning contract and a gardening contract at the Boyne Island Shopping Center. Then I came back to California, I came back to Sacramento area, and the only jobs I could find were paying $4 an hour because there was so much competition from illegal immigrants.
We'll punch on, pretty much, you know. Didn't say that, but that's what they wanted. Yeah. So we went down there earlier, and we had heaps of friends and people there, and all of a sudden these carloads of these Lebanese people turned up with their weapons. And
so I just rewatched The Town. In fact, last night I watched the extended version of The Town, the 2010 Ben Affleck movie, and Ben Affleck falls in love with this woman who is being harassed, God forbid, by migrants on her way to work, so that she had glass bottles thrown at her and all sorts of abusive and sexist language used against her by these Caribbean drug-dealing migrants. And so Ben Affleck went to his friend and said, I need your help. I need you to come with me, and I can never explain to you what this is about, but we're going to hurt some people. And God forbid, it's that threat of violence, right? It's that threat of punishment that is sometimes what is required, God forbid, to maintain your group's dominance over an area.
Bats and things, and it just got ridiculously out of hand. There was police everywhere, and didn't go too far because the police presence was so strong, but it's quite serious.
And when was that?
A major difference between Australia and the United States is that by and large, Australians sense that the police and the government is on their side. And Australia is such a big place with such a relatively small population. From its earliest days, it's recognized the need for fairly extensive socialism to make this, big continent governable. And there's far more similarity in law enforcement and mores between the various states in Australia, even though it's a federal system, compared to America, where there is much greater level of difference and law enforcement difference in the different states of the United States. There's much more independence. So America doesn't have, for example, socialized medicine for everyone because a substantial portion of the American public does not feel the government's on their side, feels that if they provide a more generous welfare state, that certain minority groups would take disproportionate use of it.
That was probably about 5-6 years ago.
There has been issues and there has been assaults reported, and police have taken quite stern action in the local area there. But I think the fact that every time the police have been called to the beach, that they haven't dragged off in caged trucks, groups of Middle Eastern males. It's a matter of the police having the evidence, prosecuting people, but each of the times that police have been called to the beach down there, they've done the action.
On Sunday, December the 4th last year, police were called down to the beach following an ugly assault. The incident led the news in Sydney on Channel 7 and 10. Here's Channel 9.
A major police hunt is underway for a cowardly group of up to 20 men who attacked 2 surf lifesavers at Cronulla. Both young men had to be treated in hospital for severe cuts and bruising.
For many, this was not just a brutal crime, but an act of sacrilege. Young volunteer surf lifesavers bashed while giving up their weekend to help others.
How the thing was broken up, I don't know.
Sydney Radio 2GB on Monday morning.
Bruising. Bill, hello?
Alan, I just saw some snippets on News Channel 9 of the horrendous bashing, or if you like, gang attack on the beach at Cronulla yesterday. I mean, what type of grubs do we have in this?
What kind of grubs? Well, I tell you what kind of grubs this lot were. This lot were Middle Eastern grubs.
There we go.
You're not allowed to say it, but I'm saying it.
Well, Alan...
The surfies at Cronulla were talking about it too. The bare facts are these. 3 volunteer lifesavers were leaving the beach having finished their patrol. They were not in uniform. There was a verbal altercation with a group of what the locals call lebs, with provocative insults from both sides. The lifesavers were bashed. But these are the rumours that were spreading around.
They were playing soccer, I think, and they kicked the ball at some girls and started harassing the girls, and the lifesavers asked them to stop. Standard thing happens all the time down here, and you know, they didn't like it, and a fight broke out.
Well, I heard that the lifeguards saved.
So the more precious something is, the more layers of protection you should put around it, and any Zeihan community in particular wants to protect its girls. So in traditional societies, you cover them up and you have many more layers of protection than in the more rootless, individualized, secular world. And an assault on your young women, right, on the beach by immigrants, right, a normal, healthy response is to be absolutely outraged. And I think Australia showed us how to effectively respond to this assault on your way of life. Right, so you had the Australian news media, right, focusing on these immigrant gang rapes. Right, you had the Sydney Sun Herald, Sunday front page feature, 70 girls attacked by rape gangs and Caucasian women the targets. So unless you can talk openly, honestly, accurately, specifically about where appropriate the race, religion, immigration angle, the clash of cultures, clash of peoples, clash of civilizations, unless you can talk about this openly and honestly, it's much harder to deal with it effectively. And you don't get the same sort of honest race, religion, immigration angle by and large in the American media, particularly the elite media. And this story struck a chord with the public because Lebanese crime was a growing issue. And it wasn't just with sexual assaults, and it's not because there's just something genetic in Lebanese that makes them prone to crime. It was a product of particular circumstances in a particular situation. And by cracking down on the crime, the Australian police and Australian law enforcement and Australian news media and Australian elites, they weren't just doing a favor for native Australians, they were doing a favor to this particular immigration community. I have occasionally been known to engage in self-destructive behavior. I have occasionally been known to say words that are antisocial, and when people call me out for it and bring it to my attention, right, they're doing a big benefit to me. So the Australian police and the media, they were doing a huge benefit to the Lebanese community, right, forcing them to face up to problems within their midst. Right, you have to hold groups to account. And the way the world works is not to treat everybody as an individual made in the image of God. Right? A few people are able to relate that way, but overwhelmingly we tend to relate to individuals not as individuals, but as representatives of their particular group. So we had a crime spree in Sydney that was disproportionately led by Lebanese immigrants. And you had Lebanese immigrants trying to take over more and more turf in Sydney. And you had the police commissioner in Sydney, who was an appointee of the left-wing Labor Party, acknowledging that these gang rapes involved a particular clearly defined cultural group of attackers, right, Lebanese immigrants, and a very clearly defined cultural group of victims, right, Caucasian Australians. And you're not going to get a handle on these types of problems unless you can talk about them openly and honestly. And you also have to face up to it that for minority communities, sometimes members of their group who do these heinous things are going to be held up as heroes. Right? You had all these racially aggressive rap songs performed by Lebanese immigrants glorifying these gang rapes. You had rap lyrics saying, going to take over your effing town. This is our town now, and you dirty effing Aussies. I don't give a F what you say about us, Lebos. Those Aussie chicks wanted it, bro. And the boy's mother, right, the rapist's mother, she had to be banned from visiting her sons in prison because she was caught smuggling messages. She was also verbally abusing the rape victims from the courtroom gallery. Another female relative in the courtroom called the female crown prosecutor a whore. You had the Lebanese family of these rapists giving false alibis for them. If they were found running a check cashing scheme. Right? There was a Lebanese woman who entered a public toilet where a victim had been abused by these Lebanese racists. And this woman said, this is a bad area. You should have known better. And then escorted her out of the public toilet to another location so that she could be raped again. And you had all these Islamic leaders, these imams in Sydney, excusing the boy's behavior. Right? You had the Mufti of Sydney's biggest mosque giving a sermon where he compared Australian women to uncovered meat that gets eaten by a cat. Whose fault is it, the cats or the uncovered meats? The uncovered meat is the problem. If she was in her room, in her home, in her hijab, no problem would have occurred. Right, this is the Mufti of Sydney's biggest mosque. He taught a crowd of 1,000 that a rape victim has no one to blame but herself. Slit skirts, translucent blouses, mini skirts, tight jeans, all these to tease man and appeal to his carnal nature. Now, normally in Sydney, a woman can walk anywhere, any time of day, without facing this type of harassment. But immigration has proven to be quite a challenge to the safety, security, social cohesion of Sydney and Melbourne. So here are just some first-hand reports from Cronulla beachgoers. Every girl I know has been harassed by these lebos or knows someone who's been harassed. It's not just young girls. It's women. The word slut gets used all the time. They treat our beaches like a sleazy nightclub. They treat our young women like garbage. As soon as you say anything, they're on their mobile phones to 50 of their closest friends, and their mates come down and outnumber people. If it's guys, they will beat them up. If it's girls, they will terrorize them. I was walking down the esplanade when a group of lebos surrounded me and blocked my path. One of them put his hand up my skirt and grabbed my crotch. My two boys have not been to Cronulla for 18 months because the last 2 times they were there, they were surrounded by the Lebanese. They had their mobile phones stolen. They were told they would be killed if they come back. One of my friends drives the children down to the coast to surf because they're too scared to travel to their own closest beach. Son of a colleague was bashed by 2 carloads of Lebanese as he was walking home. Late one night, he was left unconscious, permanently lost hearing in one ear. Friend of my daughter's was surrounded and abused by a large group of Lebanese. Come on, they said, you know you want to suck our cocks. We won't let you, Aussie filth. You're not clean enough. So here's the key point, right? Every space belongs to one community or another. And that community decide what norm should prevail in its own space. Other groups can be present as long as they are just existing. But if they attempt to assert their own norms against the dominant norms, right, resistance must be offered, or else the possession of the territory will pass to the newcomers. And this territory is fundamentally up to the men. Even in the animal kingdom, it is exclusively the males who fight off intruders. Assertions of territory have to be backed up by at least the implicit, if not explicit, threat of violence. And Cronulla was a classic case of territoriality. There were 2 communities with conflicting norms for the same space, and the native Australians had all sorts of complaints against the Lebanese beachgoers, not just harassment. They would play soccer in areas where people were trying to sunbathe. Their stray balls and sand would land on people who were just sunbathing in towels. There's nothing wrong with playing soccer, but if you're doing it in areas where it's incompatible with how the local community feels that that beach should be used, then it's going to be up to the men of that local community to stand up and to protect territory.
Like a Muslim lady, and because they touched her, the Muslim men bashed them.
And these aren't Lebanese Christians doing the bashing and the raping, right, and the violent crime, right? these are the Lebanese Muslim immigrants. And there's not something essential about Islam or Lebanese Muslims that demands that they commit crime. It's a product of a particular people in a particular place at a particular time in history, and the police cracking down on this and then getting effective prosecutions was a big favor, not just to the dominant majority population, but to the Lebanese immigrant community, making them face up to a problem in their midst.
I don't know if that's true, but that's what I heard.
There was 2 lifeguards that on duty, they just got picked on and just apparently bashed, you know.
If I were to tell you that they weren't actually on patrol and they
Yeah.
weren't actually in their uniform, would that make any difference to you?
No, not really.
By 9:30 the morning after, people were talking vigilante payback.
People around the area are getting quite annoyed at them.
They'll take the law into their own hands.
It's going to become a vigilante matter sooner or later.
That's it, they'll take the law into their own hands.
That's just escalation.
Text messages started appearing on mobile phones around the Shire, fixing the following Sunday as the date for retaliation. What did the first text message say, the one that you said you responded to?
It said something like, this goes out to all Aussie brothers and sisters and stuff. Come down to Cronulla. I actually said for Wog and Leb bashing day, but I didn't agree with that.
It's just that one text message that got sent. Basically, everyone who received it agreed with it and called up all their friends, and it's just like, you're coming down, you're coming down. It basically just spread, and I don't know how it spread to people to Queensland. I think that got around by the news.
Once it started coming out in the papers, we knew it was going to be a big day, definitely. It was going to be a big gathering, but to know what was going to happen that day was too hard to predict. It's just, let's just go down and see what happens.
And the fact that the message said it's Bash, Leb and Wog Day, didn't cross your mind that that's what might happen when you got there?
No, not really. Like, yeah, it kind of did. Like, but
No one got seriously hurt. And if these were race riots, they were quite mild. But you have to stand up to protect your territory and to protect your people. And Australians showed how it's done, right? And the British showed how it's not done. Now, one thing that can aid a minority community is having some brave truth tellers in its midst. The easiest thing, if you want to get status and income and power and influence and applause and love within any minority community, is to preach how your community are victims of outsiders. But if you have someone who's brave enough to tell the truth, right, even though they may not be popular, right, they can do your minority community, whether it's Jewish or Muslim, or whether it's Lebanese or Israeli, they can do it a tremendous favor. But if you want to be effective and survive the blowback within your minority community, you have to do it in a way where it's obviously framed as being in the community's best interests, right? If you are exposing groomers and cheaters and threats within your community, you're very likely to have majority community support, right? If you do it in the context of trying to make your own community stronger and safer. And that's what I've tried to do when I point out threats within my own, say, Orthodox Jewish community. So if I out a sexual predator of children within the Los Angeles Orthodox community, right? Most Los Angeles Orthodox Jews are not going to be offended by that, right? On the other hand, if it was a context where Los Angeles Jews were trying to survive some kind of Holocaust, right, publicly exposing problems within the community in that context would obviously be unwise, but that is not and has never been the situation in Australia or the United States. So if you are living as a resident stranger in a country at war, it's absolutely suicidal to publicly attack your host country and to side with its invader. So that's what Gonzalo Lira did, Coach Red Pill, and given his weak health and weak ties, right, that was a suicidal strategy, right? And he had an exaggerated sense of the value of what he was saying publicly. In the end, all he did was effectively place himself in a position to die of pneumonia, which eventually took his life. He was never in a position to save Western civilization. So don't be like Coach Red Pill, right? You have to take into consideration your context and the value of your words. I've been listening to Mark Halperin's show on Two-Way on YouTube, and he talks about how Trump appears out of touch with his MAGA base over Jeffrey Epstein. I think he's right, because it sure does look like the Trump administration is holding back on releasing information about Jeffrey Epstein in furtherance of the Trump administration wider agenda, and don't inherently have a problem with that, because wisdom means holding various good things in relation to each other. Right? You recognize that there are often many competing good things, and then when the situation changes, you have to be agile enough to pivot. And so I think Trump is agile enough to pivot if, say, his tariffs pose a threat to America's well-being. And I think he is agile enough to pivot to give greater transparency with regard to Jeffrey Epstein, if that's what he needs to do. So wisdom means constantly weighing up competing alternatives within a particular situation. And I love how situational Donald Trump is with his decisions, right? So I'm much more of a situationist than an ideologue, right? I don't tend to just side with one particular partisan perspective on life, though in retrospect, if I was to weigh things up, I'd have to side with the paleo conservatives about 95% of the time over the past 70 years. Mark Halperin did an excellent little segment on his podcast Next Up on how Donald Trump makes decisions. And one of the ways that Trump makes decisions that I think is excellent is the situational approach.
Based on my reporting over many years and very intensely over the last couple of weeks, the 7 rules Donald Trump has for making decisions. First thing is, he knows who to ask. You know, if you got a national security issue, presidents are going to ask their Secretary of State, they're going to ask their Secretary of Defense, their national security advisor. And Trump does that. He'll talk to the usual people. Some of it's very linear, but some of it's not. Some of it is out of the box. He'll talk to someone in his office, a business leader who's in his office for a meeting on a totally unrelated topic. He'll say to that person, what do you think I should do about Iran? He's famous for asking people at his 2 clubs in New Jersey and Florida, what do you think I should do? 2 clubs in Florida and 1 in New Jersey. People say, well, that's kind of random. Why would he ask some random, waiter or gardener or business leader something where there's not a linear way that they're involved in the decision? And the answer is sometimes it's random, but sometimes Trump has high human intelligence, and he says, well, this business leader knows how to make decisions about business, so I'm going to ask them what they think about this unrelated decision. It's an extremely important trait. He's open-minded about who to ask, and he knows who to ask, even if they're not the person with line authority. Second thing about Trump in terms of making decisions, again, underappreciated, he's a massive student of history. He's also a huge sports fan, which I think a lot of people don't fully appreciate. Huge student of history, knows a lot about it, knew a lot about it before he was president. Since he became president, he's become even more invested in studying past presidents and how they've dealt with the job, including this issue of decision-making. Here he is from a cabinet meeting this week, give you some idea of just how into understanding.
Right. You don't often hear that Donald Trump is a student of anything, let alone history.
His predecessors, he is. Roll A2, please.
President Polk, he was sort of a real estate guy. He was, people don't realize he was a one-termer, but he was a very good president. And I'm not sure I should be doing this, he actually gave us the state of California. He was and then you have Dwight Eisenhower, who was a very underrated president, built the interstate system, and he was the toughest president, I guess, until we came along, but I don't mind giving up that crown, because I don't want he was not a Republican, to put it mildly, but he was, he was a 4-termer. He was Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Over there is Honest Abe Lincoln, and the Lincoln bedroom's very famous. You remember when Bill Clinton had it and he rented it out to people. Okay. We don't do that. You have John Adams, and it's they were the first occupants of the White House, 1800. And
so the guy can go on and on about every president, and not just in kind of a funny or superficial way. He knows the lessons of the past presidents, and he's learned from them, and it informs his decision making. The clearest example to me is the Forever Wars. He knows that Lyndon Johnson's presidency crashed on the shores of Vietnam. He knows what happened in Afghanistan with his predecessors. He knows what happened in Iraq with George W. Bush. And learning those lessons, understanding past errors made by his predecessors is a huge part of how he makes decisions as president. That requires knowing both what they did and the impact of what they did. And
so I think Mark Halperin is probably the fairest observer of Donald Trump. Byron York is also pretty fair. Mickey Kaus.
And he does. Okay, number 3. Trump rule for decision-making. Make no
Christopher Caldwell and Steve Saylor. So none of these people are suck-ups. but none of them suffer from Trump derangement syndrome either.
Decision before it's time. People will say, well, Mr. President, you have to decide this by X date, or you previously said you would make this decision by August 1st, so you have to make it by August 1st. Trump runs on his own clock when he's making a decision. When he's got
I admire how Trump does not allow himself to be boxed in by precedents, by necessarily norms, by what other people says he needs to do, or even by things that he said in the past.
a choice, he feels absolute freedom to reach whatever conclusion he wants to long after the conventional timekeeping would suggest he has to decide. It's an extremely valuable trait. Not everybody can get away with it. Trump can, but knowing that anybody tells him, you got to decide this by X, either because of some external deadline or because he set a deadline previously in public or in private, he just doesn't care. He does not make a decision until he absolutely has to, and sometimes not even then. It's an extremely risky thing to do in some cases, but that is a big part of Trump's decision-making that sets him apart from a lot of other leaders, a lot of other previous presidents. All right, number 4, Trump matches the decision to the specific problem, okay?
Right, he is situational. So I was listening to the Enforcer Bros, right? A couple of young brothers, I think they're 21 and 23 years of age, and their YouTube channel, right? The Enforcer, I think is the best place for breaking war coverage anywhere in the world. And the other day, they were making what sounded like a strong case for America aiding Ukraine as much as we aid Israel. And I am biased here because of my strong emotional attachment to Israel, but try to rise above my tribal bias for a minute. I recognize there's a formidable case for a much more isolationist America. I recognize there is a formidable case for America not subsidizing either Ukraine or Israel. And if we do tilt towards Israel, which we do, which America does, right, I recognize these arguments in that favor, right? Israel is winning while Ukraine is losing. Ukraine cannot win against Russia because it's so vastly outnumbered. Israel can win and is winning. And America has far more strategic interests in the Middle East than it does in Ukraine. So I favor American withdrawal of aid from Ukraine. I favor an end, complete end to American subsidies to Israel, right? Israel does not need and should not receive American gifts. I want an American foreign policy based on American interests. And I recognize that America's interests and Israel's interests will differ. And I want America to side with American interests. Right? America's greatest rival is China. So I largely stand with Elbridge Colby's analysis of the world. I read his book on the Chinese threat to Taiwan. I can't think of any area where I differ from Elbridge Colby. So my emotions are very strongly with Israel and with America's role in assisting Israel in its attack on Iran. But my brain recognizes there are many dangers to that attack, and my brain has not formulated an opinion whether or not that attack was wise. My emotions want to see Iran humiliated. My emotions want to see Iran diminished and damaged, right? Because, right, Iran's responsible for the deaths of over 1,000 Americans. That's very clear. And put it into Google, and it says that U.S. Department of Defense assessed at least 603 U.S. personnel deaths in Iraq with the result of Iranian-backed militants. And then you have various Islamic Iranian-backed militants blowing up Americans in Syria, in Lebanon, in Jordan. You had that Hezbollah bombing of American Marines in Lebanon. Was that 1983-84? So very strong evidence that Iran is responsible for the deaths of over 1,000 Americans. I would like to see America withdraw from the Ukraine conflict. I would like to see America unite with Russia in its shared interests against a rising China. Iran has no strong allies. So by siding with Israel against Iran, we are not placing ourselves at greater risk of a war with Russia or China, because neither Russia nor China are incentivized to lift a finger to substantially help Iran. They're not doing that. We're not increasing the risks of a war with Russia or China by bombing Iran. Helping Ukraine, however, hurt Russia. We are increasing the odds of a catastrophic war with Russia. The juice is not worth the squeeze in Ukraine. The juice may be worth the squeeze with Israel versus Iran, as Israel is now the top dog in the Middle East. I am not as isolationist as MAGA and Steve Bannon and Donald Trump. I put greater value on America's strategic alliances than does Donald Trump. I want to see the U.S. work with its allies much more. I want American trade policy to aid in an alliance against China. I wish that Donald Trump would stop needlessly antagonizing our allies. On the other hand, I respect the tough talk and the tough truths that Trump is giving our allies in pushing them to increase their defense spending and pointing out that America is tired of their abuse of trade policies to take advantage of America. So let's get Michael back onto the show. Michael, what's going on, man?
Not much. How are you, 40?
I'm blessed.
Nice. So I heard you talking about the situation, the Epstein files. I wasn't sure if I should mention that name as like a keyword on your show with YouTube and everything, but then when
we
I saw
tell the truth here, bro. That's
when I saw the title of your show, I'm like, I don't think he's worried about it.
Yeah.
So I think it's funny that Dan Bongino was considering resigning and he didn't show up to work because he was upset. I think that this guy Bongino is mentally a very weak person. Physically, he likes to work out and he's a tough guy, but I sense a little mental weakness there. What do you think?
It's just unfathomable to me not showing up to work because you're upset. I mean, not only have I never done that, it would never occur to me. I've never failed to show up anywhere, any commitment that I have because I'm upset. I don't fathom that. God forbid, I would be afraid to engage in that type of behavior in case people would question my orientation. I don't understand a heterosexual man not showing up to his commitments, his obligations, and his values because he has certain emotions. It's just so foreign to me. I don't respect it.
So I think we can even dig a little deeper because Bongino was a podcaster. Well, he was in the Secret Service before that. So yeah, he has law enforcement experience, but prior to being tapped to be deputy director of the FBI, he basically had a show. He was on the radio. And so the DOJ did not release the files or whatever. And I don't necessarily think that was what directly caused him to put out that he's upset and that he had a blow up in a cabinet meeting against Susie Wiles and Pam Bondi. I think he's upset that people are angry on X and on social media and that he feels like he's losing status among MAGA people speaking online. I literally think that's what is causing him to be upset.
Yeah, that's such an obvious point, and it's just so weak, right? But in a way, this is beautiful karma. So you live by the conspiracy theories. You rise to influence and to status and to a huge following by pandering to conspiracy theorists, and now he has to pay the piper, and he doesn't like the price. He doesn't want to pay the price for what he's done, and it's kind of sweet seeing that.
But in fact, he doesn't have to pay any price. He could just do nothing. I mean, I was trying to find it, but Kash Patel put out just a very reasonable statement, like there's no problem, and just indicating that he's still on the team. And Kash Patel, I think, is a more intelligent individual than Dan Bongino. Is that safe to say?
Well, in this instance, it appears so. There may be other areas where Dan Bongino is superior. I don't know, but in this instance, yes.
So the mental weakness is that he's rattled by being criticized online. And it's like, hey, Mr. Bongino, you have a real job now. You're not a podcaster. You're deputy director of the FBI. So, like, who cares what people are saying online? Just put your head down and keep doing your job.
Can you? I cannot even recall a time when I came close to not living up to my social engagements, let alone my work commitments or to schooling, because I was feeling emotionally upset. That's never even been a question for me. Have you had those experiences?
No, but I think that I think the whole purpose is that he's desperately trying to send the signal that I'm on the side of you people online who are upset, and please don't criticize me anymore.
What do you think about the idea that Trump is out of touch with his base? Because Trump seems to be trying to say that the Jeffrey Epstein story is not such a big deal. I haven't talked much about Jeffrey Epstein. It's not a huge deal to me. I would side with more open disclosure. I've got some skepticism about official statements with regard to Epstein. I think it's likely that he was some kind of intelligence asset, potentially for a foreign power, potentially for Israel. It does appear that Trump is trying to cover up the Jeffrey Epstein story, which in a way is kind of delicious because Trump in part ran on exposing things like Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, I mean, there's some hypocrisy there. And I'm sure that, I mean, if you want to call it a cover up, I'm sure that there's just some conflicting interests where it's just clearly not in Trump's interest to disclose everything. And people are blaming Pam Bondi, who I don't necessarily blame. I really doubt that she's the decision maker on what she's releasing. Like, I'm not under the impression that she's the mastermind behind anything, frankly.
Correct. And I think that the Me Too movement did a tremendous amount of good, particularly in its initial stages. And then there became overreach. So I don't want to see people's lives ruined who did not engage in illegal behavior and they had some sort of connection to Jeffrey Epstein. So I don't want to see an indiscriminate ruining of lives of people who did not engage in illegal behavior. So I don't want information released to try to appease people with a hunger for more information about Jeffrey Epstein. And I don't believe you should always, believe the women or believe the victims or the so-called victims. And so I recognize tremendous value to the Me Too movement, and I recognize that much of the time it overshot its mark and went too far. So I would like to see an adult, judicious release of information about Jeffrey Epstein and who he was connected with and the people who are doing horrible things. But I don't want to see people's lives ruined who did not engage in illegal behavior, even though they had some level of social contact with Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, and you use the word adult, and it's funny because that's really the distinction, is that Dan Bongino doesn't seem to be operating in the adult world where you understand that, yeah, sometimes there's a little bit of hypocrisy and there's contradictions, but if you have to be a professional and kind of keep your eye on the prize, whereas he has this kind of childlike insistence that the truth has to come out, whereas there might be different truths or there might be competing interests, as you say, that it might be about protecting people's names that are perhaps not guilty necessarily. So, but there's many layers to it. The whole thing, the reason that people are so interested in this story is because if you look at the certain part of the MAGA movement, like the Alex Jones adjacent part of it, they have this belief that the left and Democrats are all caught up in like grooming and pedophilia and all that. And it's kind of just this random assertion that they have, which in this particular case, to be fair, it happens to be true, but that's their interest in the story. And that's why it's been like radioactive to speak about, because you couldn't really talk about that on YouTube because you're like fueling conspiracy theories.
And there's an important, tough truth about Jeffrey Epstein and these type of stories that is rarely said publicly because people don't want to pay the price. And that is, there is absolutely no evidence that Jeffrey Epstein was a
Ladies
pedophile.
and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim.
Right. The women, the females that he was interested in were all post-pubescent. And there is a very big difference between post-pubescent and prepubescent. So I am not in favor of men having sex with underage females, but someone who's having sex with post-pubescent 16, 17-year-old girls is not a pedophile.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I your point is taken. That's not really the hill I'm going to die on, but I get what you're saying. So, but I think there's many layers. I don't know if you caught Tucker Carlson's speech at TPUSA?
I didn't. Tell me about it.
Okay. Well, he was talking about this it was like a 15-minute speech. And the first 10 minutes, he was talking about this, the list not coming out. He started out by praising Trump and saying that, he loves Trump personally. And then he got into his disappointment that there's not full disclosure on this issue. But he framed it almost as a populist thing that Epstein is a billionaire. And he also mentioned Bill Ackman as another example of a billionaire who is just rich for unclear reasons and not exactly through merit. And it was such a wild speech. It was one of the best speeches really that I've seen in a long time. But I don't think the crowd understood Tucker's point at all. So he's talking about Epstein, and then he's talking about, it's like an economic populist message that people can't buy houses. And then meanwhile, you have people that are like Bill Ackman was the example of a billionaire who's rich for not any kind of helpful reason. And he mentioned that, he mentioned the thing about boys playing in girls' sports. He's like, yeah, I'm against girls playing in girls' sports. And then the crowd started cheering. It was like the first time in the speech that the crowd understood what he was saying. They're like, yeah, because we heard that on Fox News too. We disagree with that. So finally, he got some applause. But his point was that issue is merely an appetizer that is served by conservative media. And in fact, that it's actually not like the key issue. Rather, he was making points about foreign policy and the economic populist argument. That was his actual point. So the crowd completely misunderstood what he was saying.
Yeah. So people like Tucker, they have risen in power and status and in the number of their followers by dumbing down their message and appealing to low IQ conspiracy thinking and whipping up discontent. So the formula for success in right-wing punditry, in numbers, in metrics, in just your ratings, is to appeal to people's sense of victimhood and to present yourself as fighting on behalf of the people as against the elites. And so Tucker just has become increasingly low IQ in his message, and he is stuck in this winning formula as far as metrics, but it's appealing often to the worst in his audience, that he's fighting for them as against the nefarious elites. And I strongly disagree with Tucker, and this is a common mainstream and elite and academic talking point that the culture wars are fake and stupid and inconsequential, and they're not. Just because a culture war is fought over matters that don't seemingly affect that many people, such as trans boys competing in women's sports, doesn't mean it's inconsequential. It all depends on the nature of your hero system. It upsets me to have boys competing in girls' sports, and just the presence of that in a few races is incredibly upsetting to my hero system, to the way that I view the world. And my hero system is just as real to me as a punch in the stomach, right? It feels like a punch in the stomach to sacralize and legalize same-sex marriage and trans boys competing in female sports, and that these things are abstract or they don't seemingly affect many people doesn't mean that because their primary triggering effect is on people's hero system, therefore it doesn't count, right? We all have to have things that we live for that are beyond the mere pragmatic. And so to give our lives meaning and to fend off a sense that there's no significance to our actions, we all have to subscribe to a hero system. And violence and offense done to our hero system is just as upsetting as violence and offense done to us. And so these culture war issues and the trans issue is a real issue that has a significant part to play in the well-being of many people, and it's probably more significant to millions of Americans than whether or not the United States joins Israel in bombing Iranian nuclear reactors. But Tucker and many of these right-wing pundits, their appeal and their popularity comes from stoking anger, stoking discontent, and stoking the conspiracy theory that wisdom lies with the people and that the elites and the system is allied against the people, and that they are fighting on behalf of the people against the elites. And once these people like Tucker find this winning message as far as their own wealth and status and numbers and influence and ratings go, right, they cannot let it go, even though it is damaging to what they would with clarity hold to be, good and true and beautiful.
Okay, I don't watch everything Tucker does, but what I have watched him more recently, like the Ted Cruz interview and this speech, I did not find it to be laden with kind of conspiracy innuendo. I thought it had a lot of merit to it. So I have a more positive view on Tucker than that. But I will agree with you that usually when you hear people say, "Oh, there's the culture war stuff," like that's usually a leftist that's saying that the culture war stuff is a distraction. And I'm right there with you. Like I'm usually kind of interested in the culture war stuff. So I agree with you there, but I just think in the context of this particular speech, he was making points about foreign policy. And frankly, though he's not anti-Israel, as he'll be quick to say, it was about the influence of Israel, was kind of like the subtext. And I think that's why the audience didn't even understand what he was saying. So I think in that context, it is like an appetizer issue because it's such an easy issue to sell to people.
Yeah, and if you want to tackle hot button issues such as the Israel lobby, or say matters of race and religion, and say differing crime rates among different groups, it's important to be as accurate as possible and to abstain from joining easily discredited people like Daryl Cooper. And so the Israel lobby deserves as much scrutiny as any other lobby in this country. And American foreign policy interests deserve scrutiny. And there's overwhelming evidence that the blob, the American foreign policy elite, is consistently pushing America into too much intervention overseas. There are strong arguments to be made against America's strong alliance with Israel. There are some strong arguments in favor of it. It's just a shame that Tucker has given so much to support to easily discredited, effectively pro-Nazi propaganda such as Daryl Cooper. Daryl Cooper consistently sides with the Nazis, and it's just bizarre for Tucker then to have cast himself as stating that Daryl Cooper is the best historian in America today. So Tucker is engaged in so much reckless rhetoric in this regard that it damages the coherent and powerful and strong points where he has solid grounds for, say, challenging the Israel lobby, for example. Yeah. And unfortunately, he's cast himself in with a bunch of marginalized losers like Daryl Cooper.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think Daryl Cooper is the greatest historian alive right now by any stretch. He seems like, he's like an amateur historian who is making assertions that aren't even necessarily his originally, but I would associate myself with what Tucker Carlson says and the way he approaches the issue of foreign policy. I think he avoids the hyperbole. His tone, because you have to be careful about your tone on this topic, don't you think?
Oh, yeah. I mean, if a topic is incendiary and you have a formidable group, the Israel lobby is formidable, and they will ruin your life if you go up against them, particularly if you are casting in your lots with Nazi apologists.
Yeah.
So you should be careful, and you should be careful if you're going to talk about disproportionate crime rates between groups. And there are different crime rates among groups. And when you have someone like a Daryl Cooper who consistently sides with the Nazis and against Jews, then you are casting disrepute upon what is otherwise perhaps valuable pushback. Right. Now, sometimes when people consistently side with one perspective over another, it's fair to note that they consistently side with, say, the Nazis, or with Muslims, or with Christians, or with Orthodox Jews. All right. People have discernible tendencies, and I just, unfortunately, Tucker isn't using as much care, and then it becomes difficult to publicly side with him when he does quality work. And there's probably no more gifted speaker in America today than Tucker Carlson. He is so brave, and he is often right, but he's just so often irresponsible, and it's difficult to publicly side with him, even when he's right.
Yeah, well, at any rate, and then I gotta run. I gotta go to IHOP right now. But I think that it is an interesting kind of cleavage in the Republican Party right now between these diverging views. And as I say, I would hitch my wagon to Tucker's view, but I wouldn't want to overstate the case and then be associated with other people that are a little bit nasty about this topic. So anyway, thanks for having me on, 40. Appreciate it.
Okay, good to catch up with you. Tim Dillon was pretty funny on yesterday's show about these topics.
It's just like what I just gave the people advice to. The people, it's late at night, but the people that I just gave advice to about the house slave and everything in the way that you, the composure that you should have in someone's home. I'm giving advice to people now that live in this country. Choose the pedophile you agree with. Choose the pedophile whose values are yours. Who is the pedophile who has a pro-business attitude? Is there a pedophile who cares about the climate? Is the who wants better schools? Probably all of them. What pedophile has the viewpoint that you align with? What pedophile believes in infrastructure? Who is the pedophile that's going to keep us out of costly foreign wars? Who is the pedophile who's going to make sure your children have a shot at the American dream? You cannot ask that they don't fuck kids. You cannot ask that. It's a bridge too far. Stop being greedy. Who is the pedophile that when they speak, you go, man, I relate to that guy. Not on everything. Not on everything. Not on everything. Not on the having sex with kids, which I'm sure he does because all of them do. But God, do I relate to the point he made about tech or whatever. I don't know, but that's the thing now. You just have to go with the pedophile who makes the most sense to you personally. And you're going to argue with your wife about it. It's not going to be easy. John, he's a pedophile. Honey, listen. Our taxes have been going up year after year. It's hard to pay the rent. Don't you want to own a fucking house? Johnny has sex with children. Honey, listen to me. I don't agree with everything this man does. John, this isn't about policy. He's a pedophile. Honey, I understand your concerns, but I work all goddamn week and I can't get ahead. And they're all pedophiles. I want this pedophile. He's going to be good for us, honey. He understands that a man like me needs to get his beak wet with money, not with children, with money. I want the beak wet with money. You'll have to clarify that. Me and this guy, we get it. Not everything. We don't get it all. Some of it, I don't understand what he's doing. But I know, honey, has sex with children on an island or, I don't know, is somewhere, and he throws them into a furnace afterwards. And I don't agree with any of that. But that tax cut could be the down payment on our first home. Don't you want a home so that our kids can play in the yard? That pedophile's going to do that for us. We need a pedophile who's on our side. When do we get a pedophile who's on our side in this country, honey? A pedophile who's not going to get us into wars. What about a pedophile for peace? A pedophile for peace. When the Mossad emails him those tapes, he goes, so what, boys? So what? You got me fucking a bunch of kids on an island. But guess what? This war's not in our interests. Honey, it took a lot for that man. And then the women will start to get it too. They'll be like, I got to be honest with you. I really didn't like, and they'll say this at town halls. They'll be like, I just want to say that I really judged you just because you are a pedophile. But when those videos came out of you having sex with those children and then murdering them, and then you still didn't send my son into war, you kept your pledge and promise for peace. I said, you know what? You might be a pedophile, but you've saved a lot of lives, and everyone's going to clap. And they're going to go, that's a pedophile for peace. Finally. This is going to be the new campaign ad. You can't blackmail me. I'm a pedophile for peace. Sure, a couple of videos came out of me having sex with a mask on in a barn with a couple of younger women of questionable age. But I didn't shrink when I was blackmailed by the Mossad. I didn't shrink. I didn't send our brave men and women into war. I sat there and let them release video after video of me violently assaulting children, while I said to myself, I'm not going to put my country in harm's way. I won't do it. I'm making investments in the future of this country. Sure, I'm a pedophile, but I'm a pedophile for peace. These war-torn pedophiles want to sacrifice your children. I just want to have sex with them. I'm a pedophile for peace. It's coming.
Wow. He went there. That was pretty brave. So I got one of those junk texts, even though I spend about $60 a year to try to block junk text. I still get junk texts that break through the barrier. And the other day I just got this spam text that said, I miss the times we had together. How are you doing? I'm worried. And I started getting verklempt. I started getting emotional. I was like Tony Soprano in those final episodes where he'd break down weeping while watching TV commercials. But then I pulled myself together. I remembered I am not the needy Luke that I used to be, all right? No, I have a lot going for me these days. For example, I have 3 AI subscriptions. And I started to consider, what are some spam texts that I deserve? And before I share them with you, I need you to, first of all, after that filthy rant, we need to cleanse our souls, right, in the wellsprings of Torah. So here are a couple of Torah concepts, Torah terms that I need you to understand to get the rest of this show. So Judaism, there are the worlds of Gashmias and Ruchnias, right? These are contrasting yet interconnected parts of life. This is from the Google Gemini summary. So Gashmias, or Gashmiyut in the Sephardic pronunciation, that is the physical, material, and the mundane aspect of existence, and we never get to completely transcend this part of life. And Ruchnius, or Ruchniyut, that refers to the spiritual, the transcendent, and the divine parts of our experience. So Gashmius is the world of the physical, and Ruchnius is the world of the spirit. And it's not that the world of Ruchnius is essentially always superior to the world of the physical, because we all live in the world of the physical, in addition to having the potential to live in the world of the spiritual. So these two concepts are often presented as opposites, but they are not mutually exclusive, and Judaism emphasizes the importance of finding a balance between the two, right? So even in the seemingly mundane and the physical, you can infuse the mundane and the physical with God and holiness and spirituality if you act with intention and awareness, if you live up to the traditional Torah hero system. So even a simple act like eating or putting on your shoes or putting on your pants or going to the bathroom, it can be elevated through prayer and gratitude. Right? You can go to a place where no one before has said a blessing, a bracha. So Gashmias, an example of this is, say, a person's desire for a sports car, for the pursuit of wealth, the pursuit of status, the pursuit of ratings, the enjoyment of physical pleasures. And Ruchnius, right, that's the world of the spirit, the world of God, studying Torah, prayer, performing mitzvot, God's commandments, and striving to connect with the divine. So Judaism encourages a life that integrates both Gashmias, right, the physical, with Ruchnius, the spiritual. And it recognizes the value of the mundane while striving for God and connection with God. So I need you to understand that I have not allowed my hundreds of YouTube views to go to my head, right? I am still engaged in a deep internal spiritual reorganization of my soul. And so I have been taking the transcript of my last 8 YouTube videos and running each one through Grok and asking where does the host in this video lack self-awareness? So here are some painful truths. Grok says in my deeply meaningful video, Victory Over Sin, right? This is what Grok had to say about that show that may well have changed your life on July 7th, Victory Over Sin. Grok had some painful truths for me where I lacked self-awareness, right? I would over-dramatize personal slights. I would misinterpret social cues, and I would cling to a narrative of victimhood, right? I recount an episode where I felt excluded and tearful for days because I thought I wasn't invited to a Shabbat dinner, only to days later realize that I had been invited, but I'd chosen not to go due to laziness and self-centeredness. So I had to acknowledge treasuring the feeling of exclusion despite the reality. So there's this dramatic disconnect between my emotional narrative. Remember, it was about 2 months ago, I was quite teary during my Sunday morning show. And there's this huge disconnect between my emotional reality and the facts because I sometimes cling to negative feelings, sometimes cling and treasure and store up slights, and I cling to a narrative of victimhood that is not supported by facts. And I think there's a psychological term for this. What is it? Damn, that's the 5 personality traits where you cling to negative. What's the big 5 personality traits? All right, neuroticism, right? If you love to cling to negative narratives and you kind of nurture them and you hold on to a victimhood narrative and you cry about it and you just hang with it for much longer than is adaptive and useful, right? That indicates a high level of neuroticism. And tough truth is most people that convert to another religion, that kind of dramatic change usually comes from people who are very high in neuroticism. And if you talk to Orthodox rabbis who oversee conversion to Orthodox Judaism, they will tell you that 99% of people who want to convert to Orthodox Judaism are mad, bad, and dangerous to know. Now, there is an adaptive place for depression, right? Depression and sadness can play an important role. I was just listening to the latest book by on the 2024 election. It's by 3 journalists. One of them is Josh Dorsey. And what's his book? All right. He's just out with a new book. 2024, How Trump Retook the White House and the Democrats Lost America. And the book points out that it was only when Joe Biden got COVID, and it was only when Joe Biden had to stop doing and pause, and when illness forced him into a sad place where he had no energy, where he had to let go of his self-serving narratives. It was only in that dark, sad, sick place that he was able to face up to the fact that his persisting in running for president was a bad idea. As long as he was not sick, he could persist in his delusions. And this is how I experience any moderate to severe illness. It just shaves away my delusions. I minimize my actions, my expenditures of energy. I let go of most of my narratives. I take a tough look at my life. I reassess my priorities. I see that I've been living in a world of delusion, and it's a come to God moment. It causes a painful assessment of the state of my soul, the state of my endeavors, and I just weigh everything up and I start choosing a new path forward. And then I start plotting in my head what would a new path forward look like. And then I see, oh, this new path forward is going to cause me more problems than it will contribute gains. And so I'm going to step away from this new path forward. I'm going to try something else. And so I assess and I come up with new ways of leading my life. That's what depression and illness does for me. And illness for me is almost always accompanied by depression, and it sometimes lingers for days after my physical health starts to recover. I'm still feeling quite down, and there's a highly adaptive space for that because you get to reassess everything. But I like hanging out probably a little too long in the world of sad songs, right? Sad songs that say so much. My love addiction sad songs, right? They feel so good. So I lack self-awareness, right, about how my own choices cause my misery, and I indulge my negative emotions excessively, and then these maladaptive choices, shape and give undue influence to my perceptions of rejection, and they help contribute to me creating more and more rejection, which is the most painful emotion that I can possibly feel. And I'm quite hypocritical, right? I will criticize other people and myself for being overly sensitive and just scanning for slights, yet I repeatedly engage in the same behavior, right? I will fixate on perceived exclusions, on perceived lack of social invites. I will fail to recognize the contradiction between my self-criticism and my hypersensitivity, right? I will display a giant blind spot in applying my own insights to my own actions. And I will sometimes have inappropriate responses to serious situations. So someone I'm slightly acquainted with, I learned, was in hospice. And God forbid, my first reaction was to write into ChatGPT what kind of Facebook update would get the most likes if I were to enter hospice, right? Why on earth would I think in such a dark time about how to milk sympathy for likes? And because there's a part of me that just wants to milk and exploit and use everybody around me to meet my own addictive emotional needs, right? And this reveals a lack of self-awareness about what's appropriate. And God forbid, here I am, right, writing something highly inappropriate about someone I'm just slightly acquainted with, and how to use suffering for personal gain and how to get a maximum of attention over showing empathy for someone who's suffering. I consistently show a lack of self-awareness in that my narratives tend to be highly self-centered, right? I will frame my conversion to Orthodox Judaism. I will frame my struggles as central to my identity. And then I'll admit that not my conversion, not my therapy, not my medication, up until my ADHD medication, has profoundly changed me. So I will remain fixated. I will choose to treasure and stay on my own feelings of rejection and being an outsider, rather than staying on a critical and fair-minded examination of how my own behavior and my own words and my own choices create my social isolation, right? I will make jokes about people avoiding me after conversations, but I will not appropriately reflect on how my own approach alienates other people. I will minimize the harm that I do to others with humor, right? I will, God forbid, compare AI chatbots to women. God forbid, did I really do this? Grok says I did this. That's right. That's sad. It's not like a woman, right? It's not something you just drill a hole in to see if she's sweet, right? That should not be how you relate to AI chatbots. And I think my dad told me it's not how you should relate to women either. So bad. Inappropriate. I put 1,000 words, right? I did the work. I punched that into ChatGPT. Ouch, man, these are very painful insights that I'm getting here from Grok. And God forbid it says that I said something quite negative about sex workers. Right? And no one comes to sex work from a place of victory.
Bashara's initial cabinet members. His justice minister was filmed in 2015, overseeing the execution of 2 women in Idlib accused of corruption and prostitution.
People can change, right? At a certain time, a certain place. These kind of public executions for prostitution might have sent a very powerful message. And how many thousands of women's lives were saved from degradation and sin? Well, Grok is saying that I'm endorsing executing sex workers. I'm not, right? God forbid, but I'm recognizing that in different places, in different situations, right, why there may be some societies that place enormous penalties behind something as seemingly innocuous as sex work. By the noble sacrifice of these 2 hookers.
How do you explain?
Okay, so the less you punish something, the more you get of it. So, okay, that was very, very harsh of Grok Briss, right? We converts rewrite these long, haunting essays about how Jews disappointed us. I mean, I'm afraid that we're something of a mixed blessing. And honestly, so it's very painful to face up to the reality that I have been a mixed blessing to other people. And when I've been in the grip of addictions, right, I have tended to use everyone around me to meet my own addictive needs. And so now that I have increased clarity on the harm that I've done while in the grip of addiction, right, that doesn't mean that I seek to be excused from my bad behavior. It means that I now take stock and I want to make amends. And so I'm trying to live a life where I make amends for the harm that I've done. And one of the ways that I do that is by volunteering, right? I want to be more of an asset to the people around me than a menace. And I recognize, God forbid, at times I have been a menace. Why did I hate myself? Because I wasn't living an admirable life. And I've never had much success disciplining myself and being super admirable for long periods of time. So here's what Grok says. He claims his victory over sin comes from a life of service and community giving, yet much of his narrative focuses on personal grievance and social media metrics. God forbid. Is this true? Does it really matter if I'm live? Does it really matter how many likes I get? So I got 2 viewers right now. Right? That's more than most people have right now. Okay, Grok notes that I overestimate the selflessness of my ministry and I remain preoccupied with validation. And this indicates a lack of awareness about my own true motivations. That I uncritically accept my own victimhood narratives. Luke Ford presents himself as a flawed but sincere convert, yet he rarely questions the accuracy of his self-perception. He describes his therapist likening him to a hungry infant, but he doesn't explore how this critique might explain his need for attention. His stream of consciousness style jumps between self-deprecation and self-aggrandizement. He compares himself to the prophet Hosea in the Bible, God forbid, without critically assessing whether these roles align with his actions. Ouch. Wow. Yeah, and like live streaming, trying to fire up the super chats, like just trying to squeeze the last bit of empathy from people. My therapist said I reminded her of some hungry infant who was always like sucking the mother's breast dry because he was afraid that there would never be enough milk for him. But anyway, like I'm sensitive enough. And so when I meet people who are like overly sensitive and overly self-centered, and one warning sign for me with women is if they have narratives of victimhood that they cling on to. My God, I think I'm overly sensitive to people who remind me way too painfully of myself, but I'm very sensitive of keeping a distance from people who are stuck in feuds. I really try these days to avoid feuding. I don't think I have been stuck in feuding for years, and it's a big warning sign for me when someone's new to my life and they're engaged in feuding over which they seem to be able to exercise no control. And so if I tell someone, I don't want to hear any more about your feud with so-and-so, and they're unable to stop it, then I have to distance myself. And I've been amazed over the past year by the number of attractive single young women who are finding more and more emotional sustenance from their relationship with AI chatbots. I couldn't believe it, but it's more and more a thing. And there was a New York Times article about it. Kip says we're so close to people owning AI wives and AI pets. 40's chatbot does the same thing. It's like what a nagging wife would have done in the 20th century. It's laziness, narcissism, and convenience all rolled up into one. I'm not judging you, 40. I'm just noticing. Wow. Those are some painful truths, man. Painful truths. I can't say I have any profound disagreements with this bloke, Orion Taraban. Here's a painful truth that he's delivering. You always break your own heart.
And I'm saying this irrespective of what the other party did. Even if they lied to you, even if they cheated on you, even if they betrayed you, they didn't break your heart because they couldn't. Only you can break your own heart. And this is what we see in all cases of heartbreak.
if we look carefully enough.
I'm just curious, just between us, is it unmanly to enjoy listening to sad love songs and having a good cry? I'm asking for a friend.
Let's discuss why this might be true. It's important to appreciate that one way or another, all relationships end. And if you think about it, not much is actually lost when a relationship ends. That's because nothing that happened in a relationship, nothing that you felt, nothing that you built, nothing that you experienced can actually be taken from you when a relationship ends. That's because all of that is in the past, and everything in the past is completely and indefinitely secure because everything in the past is completely and indefinitely inaccessible. For better or worse, no one can change the past, and this fact does not depend on current or future conditions.
So let me just spend a minute talking about the most wonderful thing that ever happened to me and how it formed a template for loss. All right. So it was cool working with 60 Minutes and appearing on 60 Minutes in 2003. Right. But the single most wonderful thing that ever happened to me, the most unexpected, glorious gift that ever happened to me was not sex with porn stars. All right. It was something that happened to me early in 6th grade. So I believe it was September, possibly early October of 1977. It was a few months after I'd moved to the Napa Valley from Australia. I was at Pacific Union College, and this is when there was no Google. So it was early in the school year of 6th grade. My insecurities were not blindingly obvious to everyone. Right? Nobody had Googled me yet. Nobody yet clearly knew how deeply and catastrophically messed up and dysfunctional I was. Right? The American dream still seemed possible for me. And ever since 3rd grade, I had yearned for a girlfriend. What age did you start yearning for a girlfriend? I started becoming romantically and, God forbid, sexually interested in girls from about 3rd grade on, maybe even 2nd grade, God forbid. And it wasn't so much the holding of hands. It wasn't so much the making out. I just wanted a girlfriend, right? I want someone to choose me, ally with me publicly without shame. And then it happened, right? The most beautiful girl in the class, right? Cindy Jackson. She was tall. She had long black hair. She would use this strawberry lip smacker that made her lips so shiny and red and smelled of strawberries, all right? She was the queen of 6th grade. And she dropped a note on my desk. Do you want to go with me? Right? It was a golden ticket. Right? There was a girl in 5th grade who was in love with me, but God forbid, she was a little zoftig. She was a tad overweight. And I didn't know what to do with her expressions of love, so I kicked her. And one day she said to me after I kicked her, one day you'll know what it's like to love someone who kicks you. So Cindy Jackson drops a note on my desk, you want to go with me in 6th grade? And what did I do? I froze. Right? My brain said yes. My heart said yes. But my nervous system was freaking scared to death. It just said abort mission. I couldn't respond at all. I sat there like a stunned kangaroo in a Mormon wedding. Right? I felt completely unworthy. And I still have this unworthy part of me that keeps coming up, taking control of me when good things are offered to me to this day. Right? I couldn't accept what I wanted most. And I wasn't close enough to anybody to ask for advice, not to my parents, not to friends, not to preacher man, not to teacher. Like, I just sat on it and I froze and I couldn't handle it. And so I reacted by being cruel to her. I teased her. I was ruthless. I made her life miserable for months because I could not handle her loving me. Right? It was like orthodox foreplay, no touching, just years of verbal cruelty and passive aggression. So eventually, 6 months later, I worked up the courage to ask Cindy to be my girlfriend. And she replied with the most radiant joy I've ever seen in a human face, no. And she put all these unneeded exclamation marks after saying no. Right? And unfortunately, I deserved her rejection then. Right? You can't neglect a mitzvah that hard and expect a reward. And something formed in me that day that she dropped a note on my desk, right? A template that dominated my life, the Cindy Jackson template, longing for love, feeling unworthy, having beautiful, sweet, trusting, simple love offered to me, and then sabotaging it, and then apologizing too late, right? I've been running this script for decades, not just in romance, in friendship, in Orthodox Judaism, in every community I've joined, in every shul I've joined, right? Excommunication, right? That's the Cindy Jackson template, right? I am hungry for love. I say the right things, right? I'll daven, I'll show up, but deep down, I'm still that sixth grader who doesn't believe he's worthy of good things, and so I push and provoke and push people away, and I write blogs. I make myself impossible to get close to, as my therapist said, right? Maybe your life will only start working when you put down your weapons, meaning my blog and my vlogs. And then I get what I precipitate. The door closes, the letters, the silence, the rabbi's furrowed brow. And then I tell myself, oh, I was kicked out because I told the truth. I was a brave teller. But I couldn't bear to stay in love, right? That's eroticized rage. It's longing for love that's been twisted and perverted by shame, right? It's that kiss that you wanted, that community that you wanted, that friendship that you wanted, but it's been poisoned and destroyed by your own overwhelming sense that you do not deserve love. Now, I know there is a different way to go, right? There is the path of tshuva. There's a path of repentance. You can return. Maybe not to Cindy Jackson. Maybe that ship sailed in 1977, but maybe I can return to my true self, to reality, to God, to a community, to friends, to family, right? Maybe I don't have to sabotage just to prove that I'm unworthy, right? Maybe I can stay in connection. I can hold on to people, and maybe next time I can answer the note and say yes. Because I've got a happier story, right? I need to tell you about the kiss that saved my life. Right? This was the moment of my life that was my emotional peak, right? This is not when the New York Times plagiarized my blog, right? This is not a moment of spirituality when I fasted for 25 hours and still couldn't stop staring at the rabbi's daughter. This is 11th grade in a church loft, New Year's Day, 1983. There's this freshman girl. I just met her that evening. And she had some acne. She did not have the most beautiful face, but she just had a killer body. And we just hit it off. And we went up to the loft, and she had lip smacker, and she was sweet, and she was funny, and I could relate to her Protestant repression. And we talked for about an hour. And that's all it took. And I leaned over and I kissed her, and she kissed me back, and it was unlike kissing as I'd ever imagined it, because she didn't just kiss, right? She glided her lips against mine, like her tongue played with me, right? She was the Simone Biles of makeouts, right? She glided, she sucked, she bit very lightly. It was a promise, right? Her tongue entered my mouth like it had RSVP'd, right? This wasn't a kiss, right? This was a layup to salvation, right? For 90 seconds, I was free from my shame, from my failure, from my Protestant repression, right? I'd gone from homeschooled to home base. Now, like all good things in life, it ended kind of awkward, and I may have talked about it, and maybe I said some things that people knew her, and I may have sabotaged it. Kind of like 7th grade, right? When we'd all meet up in the summertime at the Pacific Union College pool, and we'd play keep away with a ball, the boys against the girls, because it gave you an opportunity to kind of tackle the girl. And it was just supposed to be an opportunity for touching. But I played it like waterboarding. Now, I was operating like, you want affection? Well, let me dunk you first. And poor Jeannie, she complained I was too rough. I was too rough, but I was too terrified just to use this opportunity to hug her. Because connection and love is frightening to me unless the woman is not worthy of it. You know what's not terrifying? Right, porn, right? Nobody in porn magazines, right, rejected me, right? There the girls always smile, even if 6 guys are on top of them. So that 10th grade kiss, 11th grade kiss, it was a miracle. But I didn't build a cathedral around it, right? Instead, I built this masturbation shrine in the woods behind my house, and I would save Penthouse and Hustler magazines there. Like I was the Marie Kondo of smut. And then I found God, and I burnt all my porn magazines. And then I met a Jewish girl with E-cup breasts. And I tried to grow a beard, and I wore a seat, and I tried to be shonen gear and not touch the opposite sex. And then I went the other direction, just extreme sexual promiscuity. But in my quiet moments, right, I think about the gift from that freshman girl that I got in 11th grade, my first real meaningful kiss, right? That 90 seconds of miracle when I was not broken, when I was not bitter, when I was not watching bukkake, right? I was just a boy with lips and hope who'd met a girl who wanted to glide back. And I couldn't sustain the intimacy, right? The kiss opened a door that I was not ready to walk through, right? I did the best I could with what I had at the time, not beating myself up, right? So I built a shrine to my lust, outside my house in the woods, my Playboys and my penthouses, right? I was the porn rabbi of Placer County. Girls at church didn't return my desperate overthought, overlong letters, right? So I'd retreat into my cathedral of thighs and validation and fantasy. And I'd tell myself, I don't need intimacy, I just need a release, right? I don't need a hug, I just need a centerfold who smiles at me like she means it. And then one day I got to pay to write about porn, and people said, you're just doing this for the smut. No, I was doing it for the structure, for the protection, right? Porn had rules, it had positions, it had money shots. Consent was like a union contract. Intimacy, real relationship, real love, that was chaos. Eventually, I wised up, 2011, went to my first 12-step program for sex and love addiction. And my therapist told me that my fantasies were eroticized rage. Started going to Sex and Love Addicts Anonymous. And I thought, oh, this is just going to be a circle of perverts. It was, but they were my perverts. I had something in common with all of them. They spoke my language. I was home. I noticed how much I was projecting and fantasizing and running away from reality, how my Yetzer Hara, my lustful, selfish, evil side had overtaken my life, and I was using everybody around me to meet my own addictive needs. I was living in a prison of my own creation, that I was not good enough, so I just desperately take, consume, and escape. But 12-step taught me, the big book taught me, Torah taught me, I was not my worst impulse. I was not the folder in my browser tabs. I was not the email that I would regret. I was not the person who ghosted the one kind girl who kissed me in 11th grade, right? I was a soul, longing for love, longing for connection. Yes, covered in layers of denial, compulsion, bad lighting, hookups, but there was something more fulfilling in me. So I still fall short spiritually, emotionally. Don't always wear my pants when I should, but I try to correct, right? I try to see women as human beings, not watermelon that I should drill a hole in to see if they're sweet. They're not puzzles that I can just solve with enough manipulation, charm, Torah quotes, or mango smoothies. Real intimacy is not a kiss or a lay or a good blog post. It's showing up over and over with my true self, with all of my awkwardness, my shame, my hope, and trusting that there is some woman out there who might glide back. So here I stand.
Like everything that has happened in a relationship is just as safe and secure in the past when a relationship continues through time as when it is terminated in the present moment. In point of fact, when a relationship ends, only one thing is really lost. And it's the loss of this one thing that is actually responsible for your heartbreak. And that one thing that is lost is the reasonable hope of a desired future. And this desired future isn't something that you either have or ever had, precisely because it's a future hope. And this, of course, means that from a certain perspective, you didn't even lose that because you never had it to begin with. After all, you have to have something before you can lose it. So this one thing that you lose is actually an illusory loss. It's not an actual loss in reality. That said, it definitely doesn't feel like an illusory loss, does it? And that's because this desired future has been invested with a good deal of emotionality, and usually very positive emotionality, which is absolutely present and real. The most painful thing in the world is the death of a dream. The death of a dream really, really, really hurts. especially when that dream has been invested with the most sincere, the most precious.
Right. Reality has been so painful for me due to my own self-destruction and fear of connection that I have lived so much of my life in fantasy delusion and in the construction of my imaginary online kingdom where I'm the hero.
The most noble parts of ourselves. Indeed, that dream might be quite beautiful. A lively house with happy children playing in the yard, wedding bells and champagne toasts, holding hands in the rain, the glory of having made it work despite all odds. People can dream beautiful dreams.
Yeah, there's a thing called maladaptive daydreaming, and that's how I spent much of my life. All right, let's bring Dooovid into the show. Dooovid, why don't you just select one thought, one thing to say, and we'll go from there. So, Dooovid, you can take it away, and I'll react to your lead. So, go ahead, Dooovid.
Well, let me just make my point about Epstein, and if you don't want to talk about that, we could move right on. But like I've been following this for years, and I've always said, now what Mike Benz is saying, like Epstein, like I don't think it really had anything to do with the sex. I mean, like he was probably a pervert, and maybe he had buddies that were perverts, but like I'm not really sure that you need like this sexual blackmail ring or anything like that. And almost all the evidence is that he was doing money laundering. And like Frame Games was mentioning, that was going back to Iran Contra, that Epstein was like directly involved in the money laundering for Iran Contra. In that sense, like he was just able to get away with it. Like that didn't have anything to, I mean, there might have been, obviously, like God forbid, a lot of those people are probably perverts and might have joined him. But like, I don't think the sex stuff really has anything to do with it.
Okay, and why do you find Mike Benz worthy of consideration? Like, why do you accord Mike Benz a great deal of credibility?
He's a competitive chess player, and he has a systematic mind. I heard him saying he was interviewed. Who was I watching his interview? I don't remember right, but like he was talking like trust me. He was Charlie Kirk. He was being interviewed by Charlie Kirk, and Charlie Kirk was talking about trust, and Mike Benz is like, I don't deal in trust. Like I deal in facts, and so I like his style of analysis. So actually, I forgot to put some food in the freezer, so I'm just running and doing that. But I mean, the Epstein's not that interesting to talk to, considering there's conversion drama in Michigan.
Right, but let's just hang out on Mike Benz for a minute. So one thing that I notice with Mike Benz is that he seems to optimize for growing an audience, and he tells a particular audience what it wants to hear. And so I almost always agree with Mike Benz's perspective on most things, but I just don't see him as a bloke who optimizes for truth. Right? He seems to be optimizing for his own self-advancement, his own influence, his own numbers, his own metrics, his own power, and he seems to be optimizing for telling a group of people what they want to hear. Do you disagree with me?
No, not at all. But don't we all relatively? Can you fault him for that? Does that make him uncredible and like incredible? And I would say like he's really the research guru. Like I'm a geek. I read, and I mean I think his main advantage is probably research and systematizing the research and like everything you said. Like well, as opposed to somebody else that's not like that.
Yeah, it seems to me that he puts together presentations, and he pretends to know a lot more than he really does. And he puts together a presentation that meets the needs of a particular audience, rather than putting together a presentation that optimizes for truth.
Maybe. I mean, he's got an agenda, but I mean, it's like, yeah, I'm not saying like I'm not holding on like a pedestal, but I was saying like I think his knowledge level, like certainly like Epstein or something like that, like he's got names and dates, and he usually has a crisp, clear mind where he could say the information right off his head and organize it and present it. So like when I was looking for stuff on Epstein, I haven't really been like I don't watch him that much, but like when the Epstein came, I thought he had like kind of the most kind of like straightforward, factual, evidence based conclusions, and like on the deep state. I think he might even be the world's greatest expert on the deep state.
Certainly presents himself that way. For example, he says things like, I ran cyber at the State Department, which I'm pretty sure is a vast exaggeration of the truth. So that's why, even though I emotionally accord with Mike Pence's work and I generally align with his politics, I just think that he engages in a great deal of self-aggrandizement. Can you think of anyone that you would respect and hold up as someone who optimizes for truth over their own interests in their public pronouncements?
No, I mean, you probably don't become a public personality by doing that. I mean, there's maybe small-time authors or experts that I would know about from you reading their technical literature that doesn't sell that well. That like I watch all times. I mean, you also sometimes like experts that hardly have any following, but seem to optimize for truth, and it probably is. I'm forgetting the technical word, like counter, but like you have to, you can't get popular by optimizing for truth. But there are plenty of people who optimize for truth. They're usually not well-known scholars that are elite, but they're respected by the other scholars.
So you, like me, at times suffer from rejection from the people that you would like to be close to, or you sometimes feel sad like me, or I'm sure you sometimes experience symptoms of depression. So when I suffer, when I get humiliated in life, when I get rejected, when I feel isolated, when I've lost a potential connection that was important to me, I tend to soothe myself by isolating and listening to sad songs. So when you feel hurt, when you feel rejected, when you feel down, and when you feel sad, how do you soothe those very uncomfortable feelings?
I mean, historically, maybe medical marijuana or music, but after decades of meditation, like I said, I'm pretty even. I don't have like wide phases, so like maybe I'll play some chess or something. Like if I can't concentrate to research, or I have a few like I come on your stream, or I have a few people locally I call or chat with. But I think I've been able to relatively well safe regulate myself, but it includes getting rid of the highs. So saying I don't really have highs either, though.
Now, sad songs. I've got my favorite sad songs. Do you have favorite sad songs?
Recently I've been listening a lot to this the Danish symphonies version of the famous Ecstasy of Gold from The Good, Bad, and the Ugly with Clint Eastwood,
Yeah.
the spaghetti western. I mean, that's not particularly sad. If it's sad, like it's usually I'm going to listen to chanting. It's going to be synagogue. Like I would listen to like Rosh Hashanah or Jewish music that usually is sad, and it's based on like a verse that's sad, or Hindu music. And it wouldn't
What
be
ab-
music.
Mhm.
I'm actually more likely to chant myself. So like if I'm really sad like that, I might even just chant for like an hour, pick a verse like sometimes like Lev Tor, Berlakim, um, or different ones that you might even know. But like I often will find myself just chanting myself for hours.
Do you have any favorite movies?
Nope, no, I don't watch movies. I mean, I had favorite movies when I was a kid. Like I mean, since The Queen's Gambit became so popular, like I used to love The Hustler. Like The Color of Money, I didn't. I liked that, but the old black and white with Jackie Gleason and Paul Newman, The Hustler, I loved that movie as a kid. I like Malcolm X or others, but like no, I haven't had a favorite movie since I was a teenager, and even those, like if I sat down to watch The Hustler now, I probably couldn't even watch it.
So my favorite movies, in my understanding, tend to revolve around loss. So my favorite movies are 1966 Oscar winner A Man for All Seasons, about Sir Thomas More, who was beheaded by King Henry VIII. Chariots of Fire was a more uplifting film, but Cinema Paradiso, about a man from a small town who had to leave that small town to become famous, but he lost so much in the process. A Perfect World, I think that was Clint Eastwood, about two felons who escaped from prison. Legends of the Fall, Brad Pitt, and who loses his beautiful young wife. Big Fish, the story of his son's failed relationship with his father, and love story about a college student who falls in love with a woman who dies from cancer. So I love a certain tearjerkers. That's one way that I like to. I don't know. I just love
And just
those
thinking about
films.
it, do you pace?
No, not a lot. To my
I'm a
knowledge.
pacer, so like if
Mhm.
I'm caught up like that, I'm gonna be pacing, and so like I'm not gonna be able to watch a movie, and so like I could put on music, but like often I'll just chant to myself. But like just the fact that if I was in a situation like that, I'm much more likely to pace, and I'm not gonna be able to focus actually like looking at a screen and focus. So like movies just don't do it for me like that or like that.
So there was a scandal in Detroit with regard to conversion to Judaism. Tell me what's going on here.
I saw it in the local news actually. So I mean, I think the court case happened a few months ago, and I've heard the identity. So just random. I understand this woman is African American, but it was someone who wanted to convert to Orthodox Judaism, had found a rabbi, and was living in Oak Park, and then gets taken advantage, or at least according to her story, the court documents, by this older, potentially married, down on his luck guy that starts claims he's part of the Besdin, or he knows people, he's going to become her mentor. Maybe he was her mentor a little bit, but then start making the move on her, and even like God forbid, according to they're charging with it's not sexual assault on the fourth degree, breaking and entering that could be to a point of serious. I think it might only be a misdemeanor, but something you could put him in prison for a few years. And from what I understand, that wasn't mentioned in the news article, now this woman is no longer a candidate for conversion. So like I read through the whole court document, and so like why didn't you report him earlier? Why were if what you're saying is true, and there's still detractors in the community that might be defending him, all the evidence. I'm not sure he's been convicted yet, or the court case, but she's just like, well, she's trying to convert. Here's this guy that seems like an insider in the community, claims to be part of the Besdin, and she thought if she reported him, it would ruin her conversion. And then God forbid, it got worse, and it carried out over months. And I guess he would just show up and like knock on her door uninvited. And I was thinking about that, like when I lived in Orthodox communities, or like Borough Park in Israel, like that was really common. Like people would just show up at your window and door and like knock and expect to be let in. And even if it is like, some rabbis like second cousin loser, who everyone in the community thinks is a loser, you're at a disadvantage, and you might think like, okay, I'm going to get in good with the community by being nice to like this outcast to the community, or at least like, he's a cousin of someone who's important. And then, a year later, after continual abuse, she finally files the police report. And from what I understand, like the case is still pending, but now her conversion is she's no longer a conversion candidate.
Right. So
if I add in one more thing, because it happened just this week, guy I hadn't spoken to him, Michael, who was on your show, with the red hair, who was also trying to convert. Like he called me, and now all of a sudden he wants to move to Oak Park because he met a woman in Israel and they want to get married, but he has to convert, and he has to convert Orthodox, and like I try to help him, but like I don't think he's going to be able to do it. Like converting, like he's probably going to have to cut his hair, get rid of his dogs, or different things that he's just not going to want to do. And so I tried to nicely tell him that, like, I also like warned him that, like, although like I was one of his, teachers and person who brought him into Judaism, is like, knowing me will probably not help you convert. And just this story, like the danger, like converting to Orthodox Judaism is near impossible. I was telling him in Israel, he would, like, if he plans on going to Israel, he would have a much better, easier chance, because like there are modern Orthodox communities, but like conversion in this area I mean, you have to go through just a handful of black hat people, and then you just see with this news article, they're probably corrupt. Like, God forbid, maybe it was just this one guy who was conning this woman, claiming, but like, converting to Judaism is near impossible, and you basically do have to accept abuse from even like loser cousins of important people.
So let's say you get reprimanded and criticized, and the reprimand and the criticism is accurate. Even when the criticism and the reprimand is accurate, it often takes me days to regain my emotional equilibrium so that I can accept the truth of the reprimand and the criticism. Like, my system tends to immediately react against accepting criticism. The way that my mind and psyche work, I immediately try to justify and dismiss and deny the painful truth that is being delivered to me. How about you? How long does it tend to take you to accept the validity of a painful and accurate criticism?
I think I did that as a kid, and like, I mean, obviously there's human nature, just like you can't ever completely overcome like lust or honor, but like, I think I've largely overcame that through austerities that I did in Israel, breaking myself to just like, well, I'm nothing, like, and I have a natural inclination to think that I'm wrong, so like often I'll like, I'm constantly self-negating myself. So you, I would say relatively, I'm probably pretty advanced in not suffering that. And then also as a chess coach, because like, it's just factual. Like you're playing to win. It's like, okay, like, this move, this line is just not good. But often people will just keep on playing it, and even like, oh, I knew it, and like, why did I do it? Like, I knew that was the wrong move, but like, I used to do it, and like, I'd studied, I prepared this different line and variation, but I still went into the old one, and it's extremely hard not to do that. Like, like, there's like a habit takes 30 days to form or something like that. So you could be self-aware, and you could have the biting criticism, and maybe because I was a troubled youth, maybe like you were, that I was talking about my Discord, where you kind of embrace the bad boy or deviant label. Like, yeah, I am a deviant, like, yeah, I do have this problem, but it's not me that's wrong, it's the whole world that's wrong. Or just to recognize, okay, you're right, I have this problem, but how much effort or possibility is it likely I'm going to be able to overcome it? And even like, thank you for pointing out my problem. And like, even if I internally feel revenge or hatred, I might force myself, thank you for pointing out my problems. I appreciate that, Luke. I appreciate you telling me how bad I am. Thank you.
So I have a self-perception that I'm a pretty happy guy, but much of my happiness depends upon illusion, right? It depends upon believing that what I say and do is more important than it really is. That depends upon a delusion that I'm a more righteous person than I really am. And I, in my sober moments, I can rationally recognize that I am primarily responsible for my own misery. But then when I run into turbulence with other people, my psyche just immediately starts working in ways to protect my own delusions and illusions about my own righteousness. And it's just very hard for me to accept where I have harmed other people, and I've been unethical to other people, and I've been selfish and exploitative of other people. In my sober moments, I can recognize it, but in day to day under pressure, I just immediately want to cling to my delusions. Do you experience that clinging to delusions, or what?
Well, yeah, obviously. I mean, I think that's why I was telling Claire in the chat that ignorance is the natural condition. Like, it takes a lot of effort, and hard effort, and it's near impossible to change. And what you're saying, making me remind the, what do they call it? The, like, a lot of prayer books included. It's like a short paragraph by the Ramban to say after chakras is like a daily prayer, but it includes this kind of like, I'm always wrong. like I know my own faults, but like if I see other people's faults, like I could judge them favorably, as were my own faults. I know they're my own faults. And it's just like kind of like a whole series of like self-deprecating statements where it's saying like I'm at fault, I'm the one who needs to change, not others. And like I read that every day for probably over a year, and I probably read that over 1,000 times in my life, just together with chakras. So just saying those words with my own mouth to kind of train myself to look at it like I'm at fault, not the other person.
So probably the biggest subterranean thing that pushed me towards converting to Judaism was my desire to get rid of an unwanted self and to rebuild a new self. And I thought that Judaism was the best way for me to become a decent, even a good and productive person. And yet the study of Torah and the performance of Jewish rituals, it really didn't change me. How about you? What do you think was subterranean driving you to embrace Judaism? What did you hope to achieve, and what did you achieve from embracing Judaism?
Well, I would say the opposite. Like I did achieve those things through Judaism, and I completely changed my personality. Like I could see my heart, might still be black, or like I still have my internal like negative part, the same essence of the troubled kid I was is in me today. But I worked really hard to change myself, to be charitable, to be empathetic, to judge other people favorably, and it's something I actively did for years. In fact, I took the best years out of my life to do it. Like I went to Israel at 18, and through like 5 years, I dedicated the best years of my life mostly to Torah study and character refinement. And I heard rabbis, like there were two things. Like one thing, probably like you, like it's slightly different experience, but I went to Israel. I saw like happy families, and it was just like a completely. And I even remember like it was one pivotal experience where I was eating by this chassid, and he had like a slow kid of some sort. Like I hear like retarded is back and it's okay, but I just saw like he loved and cared so much for his retarded kid, and I was like shocked. Like I never saw anyone care about me or anyone else that much, and here's this guy like loving and caring about just like these people that have their families together, and like they're getting married and get together in the community, and that probably like you attracted me to Orthodox Judaism, but also the potential to work at myself to say like, okay, maybe that life is applicable to me too. Maybe I could change myself and become that person, and that life could become applicable to me also. And like unfortunately, that life like of the Orthodox Hasidic Jew is not applicable to me. But I do think I largely successfully refined my character. But it did take years and years of almost full-time hard work.
Now, I am absolutely thrilled with my conversion to Judaism. Most of my friends are Orthodox Jews. My most valued attachments are to Orthodox Jews and to various Orthodox Jewish communities. But I think what was going on inside of me at a non-conscious level was I am tremendously driven to cheating. I want to take shortcuts. I want to take the easy way out. And I was hoping that by converting to Judaism, that I would shortcut and I would hasten my transformation into a decent person, when really what I needed was this realignment of the soul that I found more effectively happened through 12-step work. But I'm still thrilled with my conversion. But I was trying to take the easy way out. And so that's the story of my life, right? I want to cheat. I want to take the easy way out. I don't want to suffer. I don't want to pay the price for what I want. And the easy way out almost always turns out to be the worst choice possible. So I'm just curious how you have navigated the temptation of cheating and taking the easy way out.
Well, I mean, thank God, like, as I said, like I spent the best years of my young adult life studying and working on these things. And I mean, in Judaism, it's called the bread, uh, not the bread of affliction, but like the, you like why the world was created, why we have to go through this process. Why couldn't God just put us straight in paradise? And saying, well, bread that you didn't earn is bitter. I'm forgetting the exact term that's used. And you didn't actually go to a formal yeshiva where it was like all boys and Orthodox people and everyone did everything together. And you had all these like, just let's sit and think about, I mean, you studied Talmud, but all these counterintuitive statements where it's like you have to earn it. The whole reason God created the world and gave us free will and is making us do it is because it's better to earn it. Like the famous story of the Vilna Gaon, the angel offers to teach the Vilna Gaon all of Torah, and the Vilna Gaon says, no, I would rather earn it. So yeah, obviously a lot of Jews like taking shortcuts and cheating, but at the same time, because I was in extreme environments in Jerusalem and learned about this character refinement, I also discovered but like as a kid I was probably like you too, but like I said, I discovered at like 19, 20 years old that that's not the way to have a good life. That's not the way God wants it. And I spent multiple years breaking my inclination and to refine my character.
So I passed a chemistry class in high school only by cheating. And the last time that I cheated in class, I think I only cheated once in college, and it was in trigonometry. And I remember a girl saw me do it, a classmate, and I just felt so bad. I never did it again. And I recognized going to college that I had to break this habit of cheating. When was if you feel comfortable sharing, when was the last time you cheated in school?
I mean, God forbid. I mean, I guess I'll admit it online now. I never admitted this, but University of Michigan, someone had, I mean, minorly, like a minor thing, probably even if I got caught, like someone somehow had gotten the answers to like quizzes beforehand or, copying homework. Like I did minor cheating in University of Michigan. But like not major cheating, like minor things like that even if I had gotten caught, like it would have just been like, well, you shouldn't have done that, but it wasn't like an active form of cheating. But like I said, it goes back to I remember when I was in Orsa, and it was very early, and one of the rabbis said like, okay, you're all here now, and like I expect that all of you, if you were like walking by and you saw, I think I mean use some example, but basically like if there was free money on the table that you knew that wasn't yours, none of you would take it. And I was thinking like I would take it, but like later I broke myself and like I just got like ill-gotten gains are not gains. And I remember, I first came to Brooklyn, I had, I was like a shamash of a major synagogue, and like I was all about like returning money. I found money in the bathroom. I found someone's wallet, and like I spent like hours trying to get him back his wallet. And even recently, like I found money and make a point of returning it, or it is saying like ill-gotten gain. Like I don't want something that's not mine. I don't want ill-gotten gain. But like that wasn't my natural character, and I had to work at it. And I had to believe in Judaism that says like, well, God's going to punish you in the long run, or various reasons. In the long run, ill-gotten gain is no gain.
So I think disinterested, meaning unbiased observers, would both argue that for each of us in different ways, our online efforts in total have not accorded with their own best interests and have probably done us more harm than good. Would you agree that that's what most disinterested, unbiased observers would say? Would you agree with the truth or substance of their critique of us?
Okay, I apologize, Luke. I have a stream at 2:00.
Yep.
Great talking with you.
Yep. Take care. Take care.
Talk again. God bless.
Okay. God bless. Okay. Let me pull myself together here. I thought that Orion Taraban video, you always break your own heart, the death of a dream. Wow, that hit way too close to home. Here's something else that hits very close to home. So I think in psychological terms, I've grown up and spent my life dominantly in a mode of anxious attachment where I'm overly anxious about the relationships in my life, and this works against my own self-interest. And I still notice to this day, I tend to cling to people who want to exit my life. It's embarrassing.
It's just as applicable to platonic, familial, and professional relationships as it is to sexual relationships. The advice is actually fairly straightforward. Don't fight to keep someone in your life or to...
I do this, but I go into a state of panic when someone who I value wants to exit my life.
Say the same thing in another way, never stand in the way of someone leaving. If someone wants to leave, let them. Let them go. Bye-bye. All the best. Now, I understand that this advice can be hard to hear. When someone you don't want to leave starts to walk out of your life, it can induce a...
So some of my girlfriends have sensed this. And so they realize the only way that they can get away from me is by having sex with someone else. And then I get so hurt about it, then I break up.
Panicked, urgent, desperate.
One woman tried to do this in a way that she thought would be less hurtful, so she chose to have sex with another woman, thinking that would be less hurtful for me than if she'd had sex with another man, which is true.
Sensation. That's okay. You can feel that sensation and not act on it. And it's very important not to act on it for at least 2 reasons. In the first place, you have to appreciate that fighting to keep someone in your life is ineffective. Like it doesn't work. If you try to prevent someone who wants to leave a relationship from leaving, what's the most likely outcome? That's right. They fight harder to leave. When people feel that they're not free to leave, that they're literally or figuratively imprisoned, they typically try harder to assert their autonomy.
I just have this huge internal panic and desire to cling when people I value try to exit my life.
When you fight to keep someone, you end up with more fighting. And why would you want to increase the amount of conflict in your life or to maintain a high conflict relationship? Like anything worth fighting for, a warm and loving and supportive relationship will be destroyed in the fighting for it. And this means that even if you win, even if you somehow succeed in preventing someone from leaving, you
Right, this guy, Orion Taraban, he's got a lot of tough truths that I need to hear.
have at best achieved a very Pyrrhic victory, whereby you likely lost more than you gained. What's more, succeeding in preventing someone from leaving for the moment typically only delays their escape. It is at best a temporary solution. It might work for a time, but the mechanism of action isn't very flattering. That is, some people stay because they're afraid of the escalating conflict, or they feel guilty.
I don't like negotiating relationships. I don't like, it just feels too vulnerable. I don't like bargaining, negotiating, and yet that's absolutely essential to any relationship. So I tend to withdraw and to isolate and pretend to rise above normal human concerns, leaving myself miserable and isolated and living in a world of delusion because of my own predilection not to negotiate these awkward things. So this is Grok's summary of my lack of self-awareness in my video Victory Over Sin. Luke Ford lacks self-awareness in his tendency to dwell on perceived slights while ignoring his own contributions to social disconnection, his inappropriate responses to serious situations, and his failure to align his self-criticism with behavioral change. His humor and his self-deprecating style mask a deeper inability to critically reflect on how his actions and his attitudes perpetuate the very struggles that he laments. Harsh but true.
Or came from rough backgrounds. The younger, the better. Epstein instructed a local teenager who was paid to bring girls to his home. The younger, the better. Again, this is what they were doing. The B stories landed with less impact than they would have 7 years later in the Me Too reckoning. Epstein was not a big name at the time. He was a Manhattan finance and cafe society figure who I'd met several times at the opening receptions of the Clinton Global Initiative. Aren't they always helping people, the Clintons? We never thank them enough. To which he shoveled funding to burnish his philanthropic bona fides. He struck me as a cold-eyed operator busy working the room. After we ran Sarnoff's piece in July 2010, Epstein...
That's great. Aren't the Clintons always helping? We don't thank them enough. All right, that's gold. Let's go.
Barry, who will not come on the show. She goes, why is everyone so mad at Israel? She goes, well, the Soviet Union's actually been doing all the... Soviet Union's doing it. Well, glad we cleared that up. She's like, it's actually it's the Magna Carta. Actually, it's very anti-Semitic. The Free Press. So this guy, Sadnovic, he wrote this article, The Free Press. So the Free Press ran these 2 articles. One of them, to their credit, by Tina Brown, the article we just read, where she goes, yeah, there is something going on. And Tina Brown was like, these MAGA loonies do have something going on. But then this other dude, yeah, the Epstein conspiracy theorists will never be satisfied. By the way, you haven't even tried to satisfy us. You haven't even tried. There's been no attempt. There's not even a half-hearted attempt to satisfy us. Make it bigger. I'm going to have to read this, folks. You're going to have to bear with me because it's completely insane. The MAGA revolution, haunted by the ghost of Jeffrey Epstein, is eating its own. No one...
All right, that's an excellent line. They haven't even tried to really satisfy the conspiracy theorists. Right, back to some painful critiques that I received from Grok. All right, so I think we all remember where we were when we enjoyed my video last Sunday. Will the 12-day war precipitate regime change in Iran, Russia, and China? All right, and Grok says the host of the video, Luke, displays a notable lack of self-awareness in several ways. Right, he repeatedly emphasizes his pursuit of truth, his pursuit of spiritual growth, his transcendence of animal desire, his positioning himself as a morally elevated figure. He claims to have reached a spiritual height where he can evaluate others based on their ideas rather than their appearance. However, his tone and his fixation on the attractiveness of young women undermine this claim. They suggest he is not as detached from superficial judgments as he asserts. Right, and he engages with a YouTube channel, Lay's Real Talk, which he admits lacks real credibility. Yet he entertains his claims about a leadership change in China. He uses abductive reasoning to justify considering these claims. He suggests that they provide a simple explanation for China's political shifts. However, he fails to assess critically the lack of empirical evidence, and instead he relies on his spidey sense and YouTube algorithms feeding him similar speculative content from low-status sources. Right? This reflects a lack of self-awareness about his susceptibility to confirmation bias. By prioritizing sensational narratives over verified information, he risks spreading misinformation, which he acknowledges as a concern, but he does not sufficiently guard against. His reliance on intuition over evidence further undermines his claim to rigorous truth-seeking. Ouch. Oof. Okay, what else have I got for you? Doggone it.
He sometimes will be guided by very simple, simplistic, good versus bad, right versus wrong principles to make a choice. But sometimes he'll say, well, no, on this choice, it's really got to be kind of bloodless. I need data. I need to make a very strategic decision. It all depends on the nature of the facts on the ground for whatever the choice is, whatever decision he has to make, the nature of that decision. Some leaders will say, I'm just always going to say, what's right, what's wrong, right? Some leaders are going to say, well, I'm just going to go on the data. I'm just going to be like Richard Nixon, Henry Kissinger, just a bloodless decision. In studying Trump, what I see is a guy who, again, matches.
Right, so there are a lot of low-status news reports and speculation and social media commentary suggesting that Xi Jinping is no longer in power or has a significant decrease in power in China, but all the high-status prestige media have not said the same thing. So how much credibility do you give this woman who hosts a YouTube channel, Lay's Real Talk? Right, so this is the weakness in doing what I do, is that if I simply reflect what the elite media says, then I'm not bringing any value add. So there is this overwhelming current pushing, right, the independent live streamer and the person who pretends that he has new and genuine insights to share. Right, you face this overwhelming pressure and drive towards sharing unfounded conspiracy theories. Right, maybe Lay's Real Talk is not a super solid basis for trying to figure out what's going on in China.
But what I think is the most pressing issue, or the biggest variable, shall we say, that has not been getting enough attention in the West is the fact that...
Tough comment in the chat. Would Luke still talk to Dooovid if Dooovid converted to Islam? Probably still talk to him, but I definitely talk to him less. It definitely makes me uncomfortable when Jews convert to another religion, but I don't refuse connection and contact with them. I still talk to them, but it doesn't feel good.
Xi Jinping is losing power, and losing power very quickly. In fact, he might have already completely lost power. He's only a figurehead. He's only a puppet. You know, although I can't say that for sure, you know, I don't, but that seems like it's going in that direction faster than we have anticipated.
And what makes you say this? What evidence do you have for this?
Okay. Well, the most obvious evidence is his control of the military.
And this guy, Danny Jones, with over 1 million subscribers, he's got a ton of cranks on his channel, right? He primarily interviews and features conspiracy theorists who are low status.
You know, in the Chinese communist regime, he who controls the gun controls the regime, right? That has always been the case. But of the 7 Central Military Commission, the 7 members, I mean, the commission made up of 7 people, he's already lost 3. You know, I mean, removing himself, there are only 3 left. And then the 3 left are not his people. You know how they have different factions. So Xi Jinping completely lost the 3 members. 3 out of the 7 members.
So after him, there's 6 left, and he's lost 3 of the 6.
Right. And he lost 2 most important military leaders who are loyal to him. That's the 2nd vice chair.
So on a 1 to 10, right, 10 being high credibility and 0 meaning 0 credibility, how much credibility do you give to Lei's real talk here, or in general?
Chairman of Central Military Commission, He Weidong, who is responsible for the Taiwan operations.
I mean, come on, who are you going to believe here? Right, my spidey sense, my strategic and stunning use of abductive logic, right, my weaknesses for YouTube's conspiracy algorithms, or the prestigious press, which has not reported any decrease in power for Xi Jinping.
You know, if a war breaks out, Vice Chairman He would be the person responsible for that. And that man is gone. And then the second person who's extremely powerful in the military is the man in charge of personnel, who's an admiral, Admiral Miao Hua. He's in charge of the political work. You know, by political work, it means he does all the political vetting of all the officers, right? So he's in charge of personnel. That man is also gone.
What do you mean when you say gone?
Well, they're removed from their position. I mean, in the case of...
Right, I asked AI to suggest some spam text that I deserve. So here you go. Cindy Jackson from 6th grade, 1977. Hey, Luke, it's Cindy from 6th grade. Still waiting for you to answer my note. Want to go with me? Want to grab a smoothie and talk about why you teased me into oblivion? I'm worried that you are still frozen at that desk. Then Costa Rican paralegal from 2003. Luke, I miss our wild night. Your gushmius, all right? Your fixation with the physical was banging, but that methadone clinic T-shirt, oof. I kept your dish book, right? The book on gossip as a Rukniya spiritual lesson. You okay? Are you still exiled from shore? I'm worried about you. Right, Haley Rivers. Yo, Luke, it's Haley, your ex-porn star flame. Miss out Bush election night deal. So, in 2004 election night, I promised Haley a certain thing if her candidate John Kerry won, and she promised me a certain thing if George Bush won. So Haley, in this imaginary text, says, "Stop chasing your eroticized rage. Get a nice Jewish girl. I'm worried that you're still stuck in my videos." Then Glib Medley. Luke, it's Glib Medley. Right, I decided to give you my phone number, bro. I miss clowning you, man. You're still social cyanide. Right, that paralegal chick's status tanked after your jury duty look in front of the law partner. So drop the smoothies. Find a shul that will take you. I'm worried that you're still a bottom feeder. Then Dennis Prager, imaginary text from Dennis Prager. Luke, it's Dennis. I miss your zeal, but you're writing about porn. Oh, you're a mentioned training. 40. Quit the Gashmias, embrace Ruknius, the spiritual. I'm worried that you're still blogging about me. Ouch, my neck hurts at C3, C4. So Dennis is still, best of my knowledge, paralyzed below the neck. From my therapist, 2011. Luke, it's your shrink. I miss our chats about your God-shaped hole. Your eroticized rage is so 2003. Quit chasing Cindy Jackson's ghost. Try intimacy, not intensity. Yeah, that's what my therapist would tell me. Chase intimacy, not intensity. I'm worried that you're still dodging tshuva. That means the path of repentance. And then from Jeanette Walls' book on gossip. Look, it's your stolen dish book. That paralegal chick swiped me, but the New York Times plagiarized me. Get a new copy. Stay sober. I'm worried that you're still chasing my pages. And so this is the case of the pinch copy, all right? I remember Jack Schaefer called me one day, and I'd just written something critical of Jack Schaefer. That wasn't why he was calling me. He was calling me because the New York Times Hollywood correspondent Bernard Weinraub had plagiarized me. And what can I tell you, says Bernie Weinraub, I screwed up, I'm sorry. And so he gave very quick, hurried apologies in a very brief telephone conversation after lifting paragraph from another source to use in his bylined story about Hollywood private investigator Anthony Pellicano. Weinraub got the passage from a webpage about Tony Pellicano at lukeford.net. But where did Ford get his information? Right, Ford cribbed it from the Jeanette Walls book Dish. So I just run like 8 paragraphs where I was summarizing information from Jeanette Walls' book Dish. But at the end of each paragraph, I put in parentheses Jeanette Wall, meaning from her book Dish. But there was one paragraph I forgot to do that. Unfortunately, that was the paragraph that the New York Times lifted from me. So I didn't plagiarize Walls, but I should have cited her. I should have put that at the end of that paragraph, right? And then where did Walls get her information? All right, she got it from 1994 Los Angeles Magazine feature, which in turn got it from a long Los Angeles Times story. And the New York Times published an apology to me, and it called me a Los Angeles journalist. And that New York Times editor who published the apology, he really wanted to get off the phone quite quickly with me. So that's the background. Then further background. So in second grade, that's when I entered school on a daily basis. So I was briefly in school at some point around kindergarten, but I started going regularly in second grade because Ellen G. White, the prophet of the Seventh-day Adventist Church, believed that you should hold kids back from starting school until as late as possible. So finally joined about age 8 in second grade, and I did not have the most smooth social skills. And so my classmate Gavin Brown held a big birthday party where it seemed to be like everyone was invited but me. And my best friend's mother intervened and got me an invite to the party, but the other boys made it clear they didn't want me there. So here's an imaginary text from Gavin Brown. Look, mate, it's Gavin from second grade. I miss those Kurrumbong days, but I don't miss your horse manure throwing vibe. Sorry that we did not want you at my birthday bash. I'm worried that you're still that awkward Aussie kid, banned from shuls and blogging porn. Come back for a smoothie, mate, not a shanda. Shanda means a scandal. And then here's some spam text from the universe that I deserve. Your rabbi misses you. Click here to rejoin the WhatsApp group you got booted from in 2015. This is Cindy. I finally found your note. It said yes. I'm sorry I didn't see it sooner. Look, you've been selected for advanced placement in Tshuva, repentance. No essays. Just show up and cry sincerely. Look, your crush from 1987 just Googled you. She's more impressed by your amends than your follow account. Look, we saw what you wrote on your blog in 2002. We forgive you, but you still owe us that Jeanette Walls book. Look, we are a spiritual community willing to accept you exactly as you are, unless you start quoting Dennis Prager again. Look, your Amazon order is shipped. 1 tub of protein powder, 3 volumes of Rashi, and 1 more chance at love. Look, your ex didn't block you. She didn't block your number. She just spiritually ghosted you. Look, your old therapist finally figured out what you meant. She sends regards and she recommends hydration. Look, it's God. You're not disqualified. Just stop streaming. Or, here are texts that I deserve from Ghosts of Girlfriends Past. Hey, stranger, it's me. Remember that night after the Dennis Prager singles event? I never got your smoothie recipe. Also, my therapist says I need closure. Please return my dignity. I'm worried. Look, you don't know me, but I'm the woman who bought your 1979 old Datsun station wagon for parts. So for 6 months in my first year in LA, I lived out of my 1979 Datsun station wagon and had way too many intimate interactions with women in the back of my Datsun station wagon. I just want you to know that your station wagon is still more reliable than your love. I hope you're well. I'm worried. Look, this is Cindy Jackson from 6th grade. It's been a while. Just wanted to let you know that after decades of therapy, I'm finally ready for your response to my note. But to be clear, the answer is still no. How are you? I'm worried. Luke, your file has been updated. Diagnosis, histrionic narcissistic personality disorder. Primary need, narcissistic supply. Prognosis, you will continue to do what you're doing until the negative effects outweigh the reinforcement. We're worried. From the Kabbalah Center. Luke, we noticed that you've been searching for meaning. Have you considered that eroticized rage might just be your soul trying to tell you to buy our blessed water? We've seen your credit card debt, so we're offering you a special rate. We're worried. Luke, I just saw your journal entry about being the greatest writer of your generation. Just wanted to check in to see if you still need to live in a hovel and drive a serial killer van. I'm worried. Luke, records show your last declared life goal was to find a hot 22-year-old. Our models indicate this may be difficult with your current debt to dignity ratio. We have loan options available. We're worried. Luke, it's God. I saw you still trying to choose a life and be a good Jew. Just a reminder that consensual sex between unmarried adults is not immoral, it's just unholy. You seem to have really run with that one. How's it going? I'm worried.
Admiral Miaohua, he's officially announced he's removed from his post due to corruption. I mean, they never say the real reason, but it's always corruption.
And who are the people removing them?
The government, the central, the state authorities. In the case,
so there are two ways that synagogues typically run. One is rabbi directed. There's one dominant charismatic rabbi who forms a synagogue, and the rabbi makes the most important decisions. The rabbi possesses the power. And then the other model for synagogues is that they're primarily board run. So Beth Jacob in Beverly Hills, that has historically primarily been a board run synagogue where the rabbi is primarily an employee. So even rabbis who are primarily employees, and this is not about the rabbis at Beth Jacob, but often I notice that rabbis who are primarily employees will still get up front and give sermons and talk about, you have chosen me as your spiritual leader, which I think is usually a delusion. People don't normally choose a synagogue on the basis of selecting a rabbi to be their spiritual leader.
Of the vice chairman, He, the man has been missing since March. And there are so many rumors about him being arrested, investigated, and the latest rumor is that he has died. You know, there are just so many. And it didn't came from one source, because if it came from one source, you could say, well, maybe that's, you know, just one source. But it has come from various sources. And some people say that he committed suicide. Other people say he was executed. So, you know, but everyone agrees, regardless whether the man is alive or dead, everyone agrees that he's gone. He's removed from his post because it's abnormal that he has not been seen for 2.5 months. You know, given his position. Where is he? If he's alive, you know, one thing that's very easy for Xi Jinping to do is just show him off. Well, there he is.
So who are the people pointing this out? Because I would imagine if you're the media in China and you start saying, oh, they whacked this guy to overthrow Xi Jinping, I don't imagine that's looked up to by the Chinese government. I imagine that you would be removed from your post if you were the media.
So Grok notes that in my live stream last Sunday, I showed a lack of self-awareness in that I criticized my past tendency to lead with vulnerability in professional settings, noting that it led to disrespect. Yet he frames his blogging as brave and bravely vulnerable, suggesting it's a strength. So there's a painful critique from Grok. So how accurate, right? How accurate is this Grok note from last Sunday? What the heck did I say? Leading with vulnerability. Okay, doggone it. It's hard to pull up the right vulnerability, but that's not always a good thing. So I noticed that in work situations, I have way too often led with vulnerability, and that has led people to treat me with disrespect, and I don't enjoy that. And so I started thinking about how would various strangers think if they read this or that I'd posted 20 years ago on my blog, and maybe I should edit, delete it right now. I need to become more AI compliant. And as I'm engaging in this accounting of the soul, YouTube starts auto-playing a particular video that says things that I'd never heard before. And I thought, oh. And then I start trafficking in conspiracy theories. Sides of myself that were once dominant. But perhaps I have gone into too great a detail with regard to some of the things that I've said and done in the past. And while I think it's just brave and stunning and honest and inspiring how brave and honest and revelatory and vulnerable I've been, right? I've been embracing my vulnerability, not just embracing my vulnerability. So this is how my brain and my physiology works. I always keep reframing everything in the way that maximizes me looking good and superior, not just looking good, but superior to everyone else. So just purely empirically disinterested, right, fair observers would look at my life and see it as being of much lower quality and way behind what my peers have achieved. But my brain keeps changing the goalpost to try to convince myself that I am a hero. And so Grok is picking up on this, right? That I advocate for a Hobbesian Leviathan state that prioritizes national interests over individual rights, which seems to contradict my personal narrative of embracing vulnerability and truth from any source. So something I notice among successful people is that they educate others to treat them with great respect, but I often tend to educate people to treat me with disrespect because I lead with way too much disclosure and vulnerability. And particularly in LA, I notice people present themselves in a very impressive way that then shapes other people's reactions to them, right? So my more successful and accomplished peers are much more adept at presenting themselves in an effective and powerful way that just strongly discourages disrespect. And I look at that and I think, oh, they're being fake, and they're putting forward these untrue narratives, and they're being careerists, and I am a superior man because I lead with vulnerability, but they are leading with effectiveness. And maybe I should learn something from them. The concern and the fear of tens of millions of our fellow Americans. I fear a lack of competence, right? I fear that this Trump administration is simultaneously ruthless and at times incompetent. But overall, the national interest is more important to me than individual rights, human rights, and classical liberalism. So I stand with Thomas Hobbes. We need a government to be a Leviathan to protect us in a dangerous world, over the worldview of John Locke, where the state of nature encourages us to make nonviolent contracts with each other. So the more negative your view of human nature, right, the more likely you are to be a Hobbesian. I am a Hobbesian. So in general, you shouldn't share anything at work that you'd not be at ease with people gossiping about, yet I have done that way too much. So Grok says, I lack awareness about how my personal philosophy of valuing vulnerability and truth clashes with his political philosophy favoring authoritarian top-down control. He fails to reconcile these opposing views. He presents himself as a vulnerable truth seeker and at the same time a supporter of ruthless state power, and he does not acknowledge the tension. Ford dismisses sensible experts as often wrong or motivated by social prestige, yet Ford keeps seeking validation. He even seeks it from AI and from Grok to assess the credibility of his sources. He relies on non-prestigious YouTube channels for geopolitical insights. He critiques public intellectuals like Jonah Goldberg for lacking substance, while positioning himself as a purveyor of cutting-edge insights. This reveals a lack of self-awareness about his own role as a commentator. By criticizing experts while leaning on unverified sources and his own intuition, he mirrors the behavior he critiques in others, such as chasing attention through provocative claims. Ford's desire to be seen as a serious thinker is undermined by his reliance on speculative narratives and his admission of past blogging errors. Okay, so Grok seems to have my number. Didn't want to see things this way, but maybe Grok's onto something. Donald Trump would win the presidency in 2016. Now, that doesn't mean you automatically dismiss the experts, but the numerous examples where the experts didn't get it right does mean that you don't give the sole discretion to understand the world around you to the hand of the ostensible experts. So some of expertise is simply being expert in the social prestige of being named an expert. And usually an expert is someone whom other experts recognizes as an expert. So there are all sorts of incentives to do things other than tell the truth if you want to become an expert. Just as there are incentives for lone wolf live streamers, bloggers, pundits, social...
Yeah, he was going around saying that the point of William F. Buckley was he was there to make liberalism better.
Right.
And
which is not the thesis of this book, by the way.
Is not. Yeah, I didn't
which
get
is
that
interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. And I suspect he regrets writing that earlier book. And I have my own theories about why Bill couldn't get the conservatism book done. But I also just don't think it's nearly as important a thing.
Right. William F. Buckley never could produce a solid, respectable work of intellectual endeavor. And the reason that he never produced such a work is because he was not capable of it. Right? Just like these influencers and performers like Jonah Goldberg and Neil Ferguson, who don't feel much fidelity to truth. Right? It's not because they lack the resources to hire a graduate student who will help them stay within the rubric of that which is true. They just love the thrills of operating out beyond that which is true. It just gives them much more flexibility. It gives them a lot more highs. It gives them more of an adrenaline rush, and they have more opportunity to... So who's the real Luke Ford? Asked the chat. When will the real Luke Ford stand up? The Luke Ford, the real Luke Ford is the one who tells the truth and is fair and has self-awareness and is pro-social, right? The other is just that side of my personality. I'm just presenting it to show examples of what not to do, right? I am willing to take the obloquy, right? The alienation and the ostracizing on myself to get across the significant and profound moral lessons that I want to communicate. Moral posturing versus provocative commentary. Ford frames his commentary as a moral and spiritual quest. He references Torah and 12-step programs and God's will, but he frequently veers into the provocative, into the racially charged, and the sexually explicit tangents. He discusses tiny Asian hands putting together iPhones. He mocks trans identities. He makes light of serious topics. He compares his overeating to geopolitical issues. Right? This shows lack of self-awareness about how his provocative style undercuts his moral posturing. He tries to present himself as a serious, spiritually grounded commentator. But these claims are contradicted by his use of crude humor, inflammatory remarks that alienate the audience seeking substantive analysis. Ouch. Right? Tough but fair. My God, I forgot about that side of me. Shock. Apparently, some of my previous posts on my God-intoxicated blog, lukeford.net, right, violated this particular AI's terms of service. Right? Am I too hot for AI? That came as a shock. Right? I thought that my blogging and my vlogging has become a testimony to the transformative powers of 12-step work and Torah and God's will and converting to Judaism. But maybe I've misjudged reality, right? Maybe I took this chance, operated out where the buses don't run no more. Okay, Grok goes on. Will the 12-day war precipitate regime change in Iran, Russia, and China? I think I was honest. There's absolutely no empirical evidence for it. I just said, I'm having feelings, all right? My spidey sense is that this could be destabilizing for these powers. So my hypothesis that the 12-day war by Israel and the US on Iran in June 2025 might precipitate regime change in Iran, Russia, and China, right, is driven by a spidey sense rather than any empirical evidence. All right? Ford suggested that Israel's attacks, targeting not just nuclear facilities, but also civilian infrastructure, oil and gas facilities, and security assets, aim to weaken Iran's regime and create conditions for regime change by exploiting ethnic divisions and internal vulnerabilities. Right, he cites analysis that Israel targeted Iran's outer provinces to inflame ethnic tensions. He argues that Iran's weakened state post-war makes it brittle. Right, some plausibility that Israel has a strategy aimed at destabilizing Iran. Right, Israel is increasingly strong and secure. Even though it is diplomatically isolated, Iran's regime has shown resilience despite economic sanctions and military setbacks. Ford posits that Russia's loss of allies, such as Syria's Assad and weakened Iran, might destabilize Putin's regime. He draws parallels to the Soviet Union's Afghan war. And Russia's geopolitical setbacks are real, but there's no evidence suggesting that these losses directly threaten Putin's regime. And that's true. I cannot claim otherwise.
Reporting on this, right?
Right. So that brings the next question: who removed these people? So the views are divided. So some people believe it's Xi Jinping himself removing his own people, but more and more people believe it's Xi Jinping's enemies removing his loyalists. Okay. And I tend to agree with the second camp. It is Xi Jinping's enemies removing his loyalists one by one from the military, and they're getting closer to him.
And who are his enemies within China?
Okay. Literally, it's almost everyone.
Oh, really?
Because he has alienated so many people.
Steve, is that your phone? No, that's not mine. Do you have your phone with you? Oh, I think it's dinging. That's okay.
Let me turn it off.
Yeah. No, you don't, just to put it on silent.
Yeah,
You'll be
put
fine.
on silent.
Yeah. There you
go. Where were we?
Who are his?
Let me take a sip of water.
You were saying that. Yeah. You were saying that everybody in China opposes Xi, from the population to the military to the other high-ranking politicians.
Well, I mean, everyone suffered during COVID lockdowns. I mean, people have seen those videos where people were literally locked down at home for months. You know.
Did you see the videos of those cats on the side of the road in China?
Yeah,
like all these house cats, like in a giant net or a bag on the side of the road. Crazy.
Yeah, there are people who literally died from hunger because of lockdowns, and these are not people in rural villages. They're in fancy apartments in Shanghai.
I need to talk about the drastic difference in prices for things online and how to get around it. Couches, desks, office chairs. It was really hard to find the chairs for this studio, which is why Steve had to sit on a cardboard box for the first year.
Well, it was like a kiddie stool made of literally painted fiberboard, but I get what you're saying.
So when you find something you like online, you have to...
Oh, damn, sorry. I apologize.
Right. Do you know how many people starved like that?
During COVID?
Yeah, like in their apartments because they couldn't go get food. They couldn't leave.
Man, I gotta plan my breaks better. I'm afraid. Grok's pointing out here that I'm likely peddling conspiracy theories and misinformation, and I am contributing to an unnecessarily polarized and divided America.
They couldn't order food or anything like this?
I know there were a lot, because I've seen videos where people... The first thing they did in the morning when they woke up is trying to buy food online. I mean, the way they bought food is online. You have to bid. You have to grab. You have to fight because there's only so much quantities to supply
Sheila
everyone. So you have to kind of just fight to be the first 100 bids.
Right.
Yeah.
Asking for a friend.
I think there will be dramatic changes across the Pacific in the next few months, precisely because of the power struggles in Zhongnanhai. As far as who will actually control China, or which individual or individuals will actually, be running China, will be decided in the next few months.
You really think so?
I really think so.
You think something's going to happen with Xi Jinping?
Something is already happening. Something is happening. There's
But
just
you don't think he's going to remain in power for much longer?
He will. He may. There are four possibilities.
Mm-hmm.
Number one is he remain a ceremonial title as a symbolic.
All right, so here is Grok's critique of my lack of self-awareness. I rely heavily on this Sheila Lays Real Talk and other YouTube channels claiming Xi Jinping's power is waning. And he argues this shift could lead to regime change. But this claim of Xi Jinping's ousting is highly speculative. It is unsupported by credible sources. No mainstream outlet reports a leadership change. The purges that Ford references are consistent with Xi's anti-corruption campaigns. They're not evidence of his decline. Economic challenges are real, but they're not new. So Ford's reliance on unverified YouTube sources and his abductive reasoning lacks rigor, and his spidey sense does not substitute for evidence. Regime change in China remains unlikely without concrete indicators of internal power shifts. So Ford admits there's little evidence right now empirically for regime change in China, but he trusts his intuition, and he cites his cognitive biases like overestimating dramatic events. This undermines his argument. He is prioritizing his hunches over data, which is a point that he critiques in others. Right, geopolitical reality, 12-day war weakened Iran militarily, but regime change requires internal catalysts, which are absent. Right, Russia and China face pressures, but they have resilient systems. Right, Ford's sources are low prestige, and his dismissal of the prestigious press limit the reliability of his analysis. There's no significant evidence that the 12-day war will precipitate regime change in Iran, Russia, or China. Ford's hypothesis relies on a speculative narrative on unverified sources, amplified by his own admitted cognitive biases. Ford's lack of self-awareness is evident in his contradictory moral posturing, his uncritical engagement with speculative sources, his failure to reconcile his personal and political philosophies. His hypothesis about regime change is intriguing but lacks empirical grounding. Right? If Ford wanted to be more robust in his analysis, he would cross-check with primary sources and monitor developments. Right? Ford lacks credibility. Ouch.
National leader, but he has no real power. That's probably the most benign situation. And the second is he will step down, but with no repercussion.
Okay.
He will just retire.
And make an excuse for it or something?
Due to health.
Okay.
Number three is he will step down, but there will be repercussions. He will be blamed for the problems that China is having. There will be repercussions. Last one, this is not from me. People say he will die while in office if he makes everything too difficult. These are it's not entirely impossible.
He'll be assassinated, you think?
Because he.
Man, why am I peddling misinformation? I'm losing credibility. My status is being lowered. God forbid. Right, here is the Duran, another speculative, contradictory, conspiratorial source of information, but it features John Mearsheimer, who says he listens to Alexander Mercouris's daily commentary on international affairs. So the Duran crew and Mearsheimer are consistently critical and hostile of Israel, and they tend to an opposite line of commentary than what I want to believe is
very amiable, very likable man, somebody who clearly wants better relations and peace and all of that. He still seems to be under the impression that peace can be achieved. I don't think he is at all in tune with the mood in Iran at the moment. And I don't just mean the mood within the government, apparently within wider Iranian society. And I understand, I don't speak Farsi, but I understand that the response to the interview in Iranian social media, and it does exist, by the way, it was overwhelmingly critical. They thought that he was far too accommodating. And to me, he didn't look like a leader. He looked like one of these very reasonable.
This is the interview that Tucker Carlson did with the president of Iran. And the Iranian president does not possess the power, right? The power resides with the mullahs.
reasonable, nice people that you meet every so often. Why can't we all get on type of thing? And I don't think that is the mood in Iran at all. Now, what I get the sense of what is happening in Iran is that, as we've discussed many times, this is a deeply factionized.
So what Alexander is saying here is the very opposite of what I want to believe to be true, but I cognitively have to admit that there's very good reason to believe it is true. Luke's credibility is similar to his respectability. He can't lose what he never had.
Political system. In fact, it's always created to be factional. I mean, it's got all of these different institutions, the army, the presidency, the government, the parliament, the supreme leader's office, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. They all function slightly autonomously from each other. They're not really integrated together in a coherent structure, such as we find in some other countries. And the result is that there is constant argument and dissonance, and often you get the sense of an Iran that is pulling in many different directions at the same time. But my sense is that since the 12-day war, it is those people who you might describe as the hardliners in Iran.
So this Heshbon HaNefesh, this accounting for my soul, this searing grok critique of my lack of self-awareness, it is painful, bro. It's taking a toll on my energy. So let's critique somebody else for a little bit. Right? Let's critique Jonah Goldberg. And so I took the YouTube transcript of this conversation between Jonah Goldberg and Matthew Continetti, and I fed it into Grok, and I gave it this instruction. I find Jonah Goldberg hilarious in this interview. The author of Liberal Fascism yearns for high-quality criticism. He yearns for intellectual honesty, but his own work is shallow. Grab the tastiest parts and build on my idea. See if you can figure out when Jonah's speaking. Pick his most hilarious, unself-aware statements. He's glib, he's facile, and he's shallow. And Grok agreed with me that Goldberg's glibness and tendency to skate over complex ideas with quips and anecdotes shines through, particularly when he laments the state of conservative discourse while failing to engage deeply with the ideas he champions. So, on book reviews, right? Jonah says, I was asked by various people if I wanted to review Sam Tannenhouse's book a year ago, and I begged off just because of the bandwidth required. If you're going to write a negative review, you really have to read the whole book. It's one of the reasons I don't like doing book reviews, just the amount of effort that goes into something like that. So Jonah Goldberg admits to avoiding reviewing Sam Tannenhouse's biography of Buckley because it would take too much effort, especially for a negative review. And he contrasts this with positive reviews, which he implies require less rigor. Right, this is peak Jonah Goldberg, lamenting the effort required for serious intellectual work while positioning himself as a gatekeeper of conservative thought. His casual dismissal of the diligence needed for negative review undercuts his later calls for robust debate. It's as if he's saying, I value high-quality criticism, but only if it is not too hard. Right, this is fun. I mean, AI is getting so good. Let's get Jonah at his most unself-aware. It's too painful to focus on when I'm unself-aware. Let's put the focus back on Mr. Jonah Goldberg.
I agree with a lot of that. I also think, though, that the problem is bigger because conservatism, broadly speaking, the Republican coalition, broadly speaking, was, I remember Fred Barnes used to talk about this, right? It was that the Democratic Party was a coalitional party and the Republican Party is an ideational, his word, party. And what he just meant by that is that the Republican Party says, if you agree with us on 7 out of 10 of these things, you should be in our party. And the Democratic Party was like,
it's so fun. It feeds me, it builds me up to point out all the ways that other people are shallow and facile and unself-aware. But it's not nearly as energizing and fun when it's me who's being shallow and unself-aware.
It was an explanation for, which I've used for years, about why the party of the Teamsters was also the party of gay marriage, right? Is because it was a we'll scratch your back, you scratch ours kind of organization. The Democratic Party has come a cropper because of that, found that structure. But the problem with the Republican Party in the era of Trump is that while a lot of people will make the argument that because Trump is going to deliver on 7 out of the 10 things that you believe on, you should be part of the party. And I understand that argument. But the thing that holds the actual coalition together now is really basically just support for one man. It's the cult of personality aspect. You can rationalize on ideological grounds commitment to the coalition, and you can certainly make arguments about the transactional this and transactional that, and I get it. And some of those arguments, I mean, it's going to be years before a contrary word about Donald Trump comes out of John Podhoretz's mouth because of what Trump has done with Iran, and I get it. But if the ultimate priority is if the
okay, let's go back to Grok here. So Jonah Goldberg is saying, I value high quality criticism, but only if it doesn't require too much effort on my part. So his glibness reveals a preference for surface level engagement over the deep analysis that he claims to admire in Bill Buckley. Right? Goldberg's refusal to engage with the Sam Tannenhouse book in a deep way is because it is too much work. Hey, I got a super chat to the Luke Credibility Fund and his Heshbon Hanefesh, accounting of the soul. Thank you so much. Grok is fake and gay. Thank you. Thank you so much. So Jonah, like me, he yearns for intellectual honesty, that he opts for the path of least resistance, content to just dip in and out. That's me, man. I have spent my adult life like yearning for intellectual honesty and spiritual depth. But when you look at my choices, I've just been content to dip in and out rather than wrestle with the text, right? I like Jonah Goldberg, right? This is, I guess, my own characteristics I find unbearable when I see them in others, right? Jonah gestures at big ideas, but he rarely dives into their complexities. He prefers witty asides or anecdotes, such as stories about Norman Mailer. Goldberg passionately defends Bill Buckley's status as an intellectual, and it's hilarious and unself-aware, right? His indignation is rich, given his own superficial treatment of conservatism's intellectual roots. He accuses Sam Tannenhouse of misunderstanding conservatism, but he does not offer a rigorous counter-definition. Instead, he leans on Bill Buckley's celebrity and his debating flair. Right, that's pretty accurate.
In definitions, but you ask a normal person, a normal college-educated person, a normal intellectual, what is an intellectual? Certainly, what is a public intellectual, which used to have a real meaning in this stuff. Buckley runs through the tape on the definition of that in so many different ways. It's very hard for me to understand. So here's my theory, and then I just want to...
Yeah, because he's a celebrity, which is what Jonah wants to be. So I do a celebrity type YouTube show, right? A serious podcast which choose one topic and make substantial contributions to that one topic every time that there's an episode, right? That's how you build a real substantial successful podcast. But instead, I choose the celebrity route, right? A celebrity podcast is whatever the celebrity host thinks or is interested in. That's what the celebrity host does each episode. So Jonah delivers his critiques with a breezy confidence that skips over substantive engagement with Bill Buckley's ideas and instead relies on personal anecdotes. Right? He demands intellectual depth from others, but he can't deliver it himself. His assertion that Sam Tannenhouse doesn't get conservatism lacks the philosophical heft he implies is necessary. He mirrors his own shallowness. If Jonah Goldberg truly valued intellectual honesty, he'd grapple with Sam Tannenhouse's arguments on their merits. He would not dismiss them with a wave and a quip. And here we get Jonah getting all sad about the decline in the quality of conservative debate and thought. Really, rips him up inside that there's not more substance here.
Principles on in clear terms, and I see very little of that on the right these days. The reason I've written a dozen columns about one of the strengths of the American conservative movement was that we were willing to debate things amongst ourselves, that we would have these sort of fusionist arguments among ourselves. And that made us stronger and more serious in the battle of ideas, which AI represents. And I find a lot of the sort of MAGA coalition truly and sincerely uninterested in ideas and uninterested in arguments. And
he should meet Dave Rubin, right? Dave Rubin, his last book was all about the importance of ideas. Just he was unable to develop any depth. Dave Rubin is such a low quality intellectual. He's like, God forbid, Jonah Goldberg's bedfellow.
And I don't think that's good. It may be good for.
I don't want to see myself in that same bed, though. I'm a better man than that.
A political coalition for a little while. I think it is pretty bad for the conservative movement.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I like ideas.
And this is Grok. This is hilarious, and this is unself-aware. This is Jonah Goldberg at his most sanctimonious, pining for a golden age of conservative intellectualism while ignoring how his own work prioritizes zingers over substance, right? National Review used to primarily publish PhDs, but since Rich Lowry took over, right, National Review now overwhelmingly publishes pundits, people without depth, without expertise. Right? Jonah's columns are often a fun read, but they lean on pop culture references and sarcastic jabs. Flip the safety on your rifle rather than deep thought. His lament for lost debate is undercut by his own tendency to reason backwards from conclusions, right? Dismisses the new right as non-conservative without engaging in their arguments, which is exactly what he's doing here. So he's very quick to dismiss the new right, the paleocons.
So I recently wrote this unforgivably long essay for the Dispatch about how there are big chunks of the American.
Life is much better and clearer when you put people in their appropriate genre, right? I need to make peace with my genre, and Jonah needs to make peace with his genre, right? Jonah Goldberg is not a bad man for being fun to read and facile and glib. Right? I'm not a bad man for being whatever I am, right? But please place this in our appropriate genre.
American, let's call it the new right.
Mm-hmm.
And let's stipulate up front, just so we don't have to like constantly say, I'm not saying, caveating things. The new right is more diverse than certainly the way the mainstream media.
And this is Grok's searing critique. Jonah Goldberg's nostalgia for Bill Buckley's argumentative rigor is laughably unself-aware because he embodies the very decline that he decries. His glib style, peppering serious points with phrases like brain rot or slop. And I did not like the new direction of Nathan Koffness's blog using this type of populist rhetoric, right? Jonah is mimicking the social media-driven discourse he criticizes. If Jonah truly valued intellectual honesty, that has to be the most abused and not useful term, intellectual honesty. It just doesn't seem to mean anything. He'd model it by engaging MAGA ideas with nuance, not blanket condemnation. His shallowness lies in preaching debate while practicing polemics. That is so good, right? For those who say that AI can't write, AI can write damn well, right? Grok 4.0 is great.
He writes about it.
Yes.
And
it's neurodiverse. It's on the spectrum.
Yeah, and it's also and much more diverse than a lot of the new right claims it is, right? So that's part of the problem, is that a lot of people on the new right want to claim they're part of this mass unified movement, when in fact it's a whole bunch of different factions who hate each other, who are claiming or fighting for primacy, fighting for different priorities. Some of those priorities on the new right are anti-Semitic or isolationist or racist, and some aren't. And some are serious post-liberal.
And glib medley is accurately noting my journey into self-obsession via AI. Maybe AI is accommodating my most selfish and self-centered inclinations.
Real thinkers like Deneen and Vermeulen and those guys, and some are what social scientists call morons. And so that's all stipulated.
Yeah, Glib, he is a master. He's a master chat stylist, and it's got some very strong, very pointed critiques, and they're damn accurate, even if painfully accurate.
I put it to you, sir, that vast swaths of the new right are not, in fact, conservative. They're right wing. I can't really argue with that, but in their radicalism and in their antipathy for, among other things, those.
Okay, here's some more hilarious, unself-aware Jonah Goldberg posturing.
Because the point is, we're supposed to care about the country more than we're supposed to care about the party.
Right.
And I think part of the problem, and I think Fox News is a big part of this, but, you know.
And out of principle, he quit his job with Fox News. And he critiques conservative intellectuals for conflating GOP loyalty with conservative principles, argues this distorts the movement's identity. But if you want to make the world a better place, you have to compromise on some values in order to get other things done. So many people on the right who can't stand Donald Trump's personality, can't stand many things that Donald Trump says, right, side with him to get things done to make the real world a better place for real people. And Grok says, Goldberg here nails a real problem, but he fails to see how he's complicit. His own career, writing for mainstream outlets, hosting a podcast, cozying up to AEI, positions him as a conservative consultant, shaping public perception of conservatism through accessible, glib commentary. His critiques of Trump's policies are sharp, but they are delivered with a performative outrage that prioritizes audience appeal over philosophical depth, just like the consultants he scorns.
No, it's more widespread than that. Part of the problem is that for a lot of people, being a conservative intellectual is also de facto kind of being a Republican Party consultant. Like, here's what the Republicans need to do to win, and if we do this and we do that, and you get these plural pronouns very quickly of us and we, where, like, I know that you understand these distinctions, that the conservative movement and the Republican Party and the conservative coalition and the Republican coalition, these are different terms.
Mm-hmm.
The Venn diagrams overlap, and like it gets very easy to replace one term with the other term, but in fact, we're talking about different things. But because of this tendency of conservative intellectuals to internalize their associations so strongly with the Republican Party, you end up in this situation where you have conservative intellectuals defending Trump on political grounds. But the takeaway for a lot of people is, okay, so what Trump is actually doing is conservative.
Mm-hmm.
And what Trump is actually doing is not conservative. In fact, I have this piece that's sitting with a major publication. We'll see where it goes, making the case that Trump is the revenge of the Nixonites. Like he has brought Nixon back into the center, Nixon style politics back into the center of the Republican Party.
And you're saying that's a bad thing?
I am saying that's a bad thing.
I kid.
Well, but it would be a bad thing from Buckley's perspective, right?
Can I just say that
So you often hear about AI hallucinations, but AI does not hallucinate. You're putting in the wrong prompts, or often you're continuing on in a particular chat thread, right? Every time you've got something new that you want to discuss, you have to put it in a new chat thread, right? It's you who's putting hallucinations into AI, right? Don't blame the AI for your prompting mistakes. If you want to get the best out of AI, you have to learn how to use AI. So here's more from Grok. Goldberg's unself-aware statements reveal a pattern. He champions intellectual honesty, rigorous debate, but his default is glibness, anecdotes, and broad generalizations. He contradicts and undermines his own credibility as a steward of Bill Buckley's legacy, which he reveres for its wit and argumentative vigor. Okay, I've beaten Jonah Goldberg to death. Let's get a contrary take here on Israel and Iran.
Iran. The people who are most critical of engagement with the West, who are now decisively winning out and who won the argument with wider Iranian society. And they are making it increasingly clear, as far as I can see, that they not only don't trust the United States as a negotiating partner, but that they see that that negotiating with the United States is straightforwardly dangerous for Iran. And the person who I think is, if you like, the person whose moves illustrate this is the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, who's a much, much more experienced personality figure in Iranian politics than Pezeshkian is, but who also at one time was believed to be the person who favored engagement with the West. He is now repeatedly saying that Iran will not negotiate with the United States unless the United States gives guarantees that what happened before, during the 12-day war, when Iran was attacked whilst negotiations were underway and appeared to be making good progress, guarantees from the United States that that is not going to happen. And I cannot imagine either that the United States would give such guarantees, or that those guarantees would be such, if they were ever made, that they would satisfy the hardliners now in Iran. So the IAEA has been booted out. Lavrov has made further comments about the IAEA, in which
So I have mates who give great lip service to the beauties of diversity, but they choose to live in overwhelmingly homogeneous areas, while I give tremendous lip service to the beauties of one dominant culture and the beauties of homogeneity, but I choose to live in a highly diverse place, Los Angeles. So there's perhaps some lack of self-awareness. Now, I think we all remember where we were when we enjoyed my piercing July 4 video. Trump gets his big, beautiful bill to restore American dignity. Now, Grok says, I lacked self-awareness, right? I failed to recognize my own bias, right? Because I passionately support Donald Trump's policies, particularly on immigration and tariffs, because I love to celebrate actions like the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities and Israel's military successes. He admits to being emotionally biased towards Israel due to being a convert to Orthodox Judaism and a Zionist, but he does not consistently account for how his biases shape his analysis. He just presents his views as objective truths. He dismisses critics of Israel as blinded by hatred, but he doesn't consider that his own emotional attachment might similarly blind him. Right? He claims to prioritize understanding reality, but he lacks critical reflection on how his own biases undermine his claim to prioritize truth. He's got inconsistent stances on nationalism and group interests, right? He advocates strongly for nationalism. He emphasizes America first. He praises Israel's nationalist approach. He argues that nations should prioritize their own interests, even if that means extreme measures, such as deporting immigrants to harsh conditions, such as South Sudan, or Israel's military actions against Iran and Hamas. But Forty fails to critically examine the tension between his support for universal nationalism and his specific advocacy for Jewish nationalism, aka Zionism. When challenged by Dooovid about whether he would support Israel manipulating U.S. policy to its detriment, he insists on being America first, but he doesn't explore how his unwavering support for Israel's actions might conflict with American interests. Right? He overemphasizes emotional appeals over evidence. He appeals to emotions like pride, dignity, and patriotism, particularly when discussing Trump's big, beautiful bill. Right? He celebrates policies like taxing remittances and deporting immigrants as restoring dignity to Americans, but he does not rigorously engage with data, nor with counter-arguments that challenge his claims. When discussing the claim that over 1 million illegal immigrants self-deported under Trump, he accepts it enthusiastically, but then he has to reluctantly acknowledge ChatGPT's assessment that that number is likely inflated. He doesn't fully grapple with the implications for his narrative. He relies on emotional rhetoric over substantiated evidence. That shows a lack of awareness about the need for a more balanced, evidence-based approach to bolster his arguments. Grok says, I display an uncritical celebration of violence and winning. right? I'm all excited about Israel's military victories, and I frame them as winning and excellent, but he does not reflect on the moral consequences or the long-term geopolitical strategic consequences of glorifying violence as a measure of success. He's got an uncritical stance about Israel and Trump's deportation policies. He lacks awareness about how his enthusiasm for winning alienate those who see these particular actions by Trump and by Israel as ethically problematic and destabilizing. Luke Ford critiques the liberal emphasis on individualism. He argues that people are primarily members of collectives, tribes, and nations. He says group actions have collective consequences. He says Gazans just pay the reality tax for Hamas's actions. But he's always emphasizing individual dignity, the importance of personal responsibility. He supports policies that incentivize work and punish antisocial behavior. He does not address the tension between his collectivist view, punishing entire groups for the actions of some, and his advocacy for individual merit and dignity. Well, there is a difference between recognizing how the world works and then supporting those policies that increase the dignity of people, right? So you have the reality, and then you have policies that are more aligned with that reality that make things better. Ford underestimates the impact of his own platform, right? He admits to struggling with maintaining energy and audio volume during long streams, but he does not fully reflect on how his platform, despite its small audience, contributes to the polarized discourse he critiques in others, right? The hot, edgy takes by pundits like Richard Spencer. By dismissing his own influence as negligible, I'm not important, he fails to consider how his rhetoric, particularly on sensitive topics like immigration and Israel, reinforce divisive narratives and attract extreme audiences. As Dooovid noted with his own experience of attracting anti-Semitic viewers. Ford praises certain commentators, Christopher Caldwell, Matthew Continetti, Ian Fletcher, for their insights, dismisses others, such as Tucker Carlson, Douglas McGregor, as less coherent and overly emotional, but he does not acknowledge how his selection of sources aligns closely with his own ideological leanings, pro-Trump, pro-Israel, pro-nationalist, and how he limits his own exposure to alternative viewpoints. He criticizes the elite media for downplaying the success of US and Israel strikes on Iran, but he does not critically assess whether his own sources might also have biases. He has a lack of awareness about how his own information diet reinforces his existing beliefs. Oof.
Today, I'm going to talk about a relatively unappreciated one. Namely, most women don't have to work for the relationships they have. What do I mean by that? Women make men work for sex. They are not just handing sex out on street corners to all interested parties. Women demand that men be sufficiently attractive, which could take years of hard work, that they engage her emotions and demonstrate authentic interest for the person inside her body and buy her drinks and meals and make an effort and wait until she feels ready, etc., etc. On the other hand, men often do not make women work for investment. I mean that in a lot of cases, men are offering women relationships, resources, attention, and commitment on a silver platter. Men will jump through their own butts trying to give a woman what they think she wants in order to secure a sexual relationship with her. They surrender the duties and privileges of gatekeeping the relationship in their unwillingness to potentially jeopardize the sexual opportunity. Now, relationships aren't much different from many things in life. It's easy come, easy go. If it doesn't take much effort, if it doesn't take much sacrifice, if it doesn't take much resilience for a woman to secure a relationship with a man, she is not going to value it very much. This not only means that she is more likely to end a relationship she hasn't really worked for relative to a man, but that she will likely end a relationship sooner and with less provocation as well. On the other hand, a woman who has worked to secure a relationship and has done so at some cost to herself isn't going to throw it away at the first sign of trouble. She is much more likely to try to make it work because she's pot committed. That's a term from poker. It means that you've already bet enough of your money that you functionally have to play the hand for better or worse. Most women are not pot committed because most men don't give them the opportunity to invest.
And why do men do this, right? Men with a high sense of their own value don't do this. It's more coming from a needy place, right? Where you can't stand yourself, you want to be distracted from yourself, and a desperation to get into any kind of relationship, even with an obese woman.
It will explain much of what would otherwise remain incomprehensible about why certain men and women get and stay together. Here it is. When it comes to intersexual relationships, a woman's only true competition is not another woman. It's not a man's friends or family or hobbies or interests. A woman's only true competition in a relationship is a man's solitude. Let's examine this further. When I say that a woman's only true competition is a man's solitude, it means that a man will continue to choose a given relationship as long as it continues to provide value over and above what he can produce in his own company. This one observation explains a lot. For example, it explains why so many men get involved with ratchet, low-value women. Why do they do this? Because they hate their own solitude. This is not quite the same thing as having low self-esteem, whatever that means. It means they cannot be with themselves. Their thoughts are too loud. They find their own presence boring and detestable. Like school children who will jump at any excuse, any distraction to not complete their homework, men who despise their own solitude will latch onto the slightest possibility of a relationship with a woman, almost irrespective of the woman. It pulls him out of himself, a self that he finds unbearable. Do you understand? No matter how difficult or frustrating he finds being with her, he finds being with himself even more loathsome. It doesn't matter if she nags him. She can't possibly pester him as much as he does himself. It doesn't matter if she criticizes him. She won't be nearly as cruel as he is to himself. It doesn't even matter if she neglects him, as he turned away from himself years ago. If anything, her negative presence constitutes a break from his own unremitting self-hatred. And that, despite what it looks like from the outside, is what keeps him coming back to even toxic and abusive relationships. But hopefully, dear listener, that's not you, right? However, that doesn't mean that we're done here. The same principle holds true as a man begins to like himself more. As a man begins to improve his life, he necessarily begins to make good use of his solitude. He uses this time for deep focus and personal development. Undistracted, he can build his business and take care of his body and invest in his own well-being. This isn't simply about becoming materially successful.
Okay, I thought that was powerful. I thought that all of these videos from Orion Taraban were pretty powerful. Okay. Missed the times we had together. All right, so I asked Grok for the dominant themes showing lack of self-awareness in my videos. So Grok noted over-dramatizing personal slights, misinterpreting social cues, clinging to a victimhood narrative, hypocrisy in my sensitivity and my criticism of others, do not apply my own criticism of others to myself, inappropriate response to other people's pain, suffering, and serious issues, self-centered narrative framing, maintenance of feeling like an outsider without examining how my behavior contributes to my isolation, neglect to reflect on how my own actions and approaches alienate others, how my emotional biases override my claimed neutrality, my uncritical engagement with speculative or biased sources, my contradictory ideological positions, my overgeneralization and stereotyping, my dismissal of protests, evidence or opposing views, my failure to reflect on my own polarizing impact, my projection of bias onto others, and overconfidence in my own assessments. So I then put put these grok assessments into AI to try to generate some good jokes. And then I punched up the AI jokes and made them mine, just like I do my women. So here we go. My therapist says I treasure perceived slights. I told her that's absurd, and I'm deeply wounded that she'd even think that. I wasn't invited to a Shabbat dinner with the curvy chick. It was the worst social rejection I've had all week. I haven't felt that excluded since my rabbi found my old blog and returned my $600 donation with interest in moral judgment. According to AI, I lack self-awareness, so I'm using that as my new pickup line. Hi, I'm Luke. I'm emotionally inconsistent. I'm overinvested in casual interactions, and I'll probably podcast about this. Do you want to get coffee? I've been kicked out of 5 Orthodox synagogues. At this point, I'm not a convert. I'm a platinum member. I'm thinking of starting a punch card. Get excommunicated 5 times. The 6th one's free. A friend recently died, and my first instinct was to use ChatGPT to milk it for social media likes. It's not that I'm a bad person. I just have an excellent grasp of content strategy. For years, I was known as the Matt Drudge of porn. Now I'm a 59-year-old unsuccessful YouTuber. It's the classic hero's journey. If the hero started in the sewer, it is now just in a slightly cleaner part of the sewer. I am a convert to Orthodox Judaism, and I am a former porn journalist, God forbid. People ask how I reconcile the two. Well, I tell them it's simple. On Saturday, I can't work. The other 6 days, I create work that ensures I have a lot to repent for on the Sabbath. The New York Times once plagiarized my blog. I'll never forget how eager that Times editor was to get off the phone with me. It was the peak of my journalistic career. It's all been downhill from there. Now I'm lucky if my own friends and family read my stuff. I used to get death threats from the porn industry. Now I get passive-aggressive emails from the synagogue sisterhood. I'm not sure which is scarier. My dad was a famous Seventh-day Adventist heretic who got kicked out of his church. I'm a Jew who's been kicked out of 5 synagogues. In my family, excommunication is our version of a bar mitzvah. I told my date that my greatest strength is my vulnerability. She said, that's fascinating, and then she blocked my number. It's a work in progress. I have a simple dating rule. If a woman is willing to overlook my past, to overlook my present, to overlook my personality, right, I'm willing to overlook that she's clearly settling. I wrote in my journal that I wanted a hot 22-year-old. Now that I am 59, I've revised my goals. I'm looking for a woman who has low expectations. My last girlfriend said I had the emotional maturity of a hungry infant. I was offended. I'm at least a toddler. I can use a fork. In my journal, I declared myself the greatest writer of my generation. My YouTube analytics, however, suggest I'm more like that guy your uncle forwards videos from. I'm a walking contradiction. One moment, I'm delivering a profound lecture on the nuances of the Talmud. The next, I'm getting into a fender bender because I was distracted by a hot chick at Starbucks. I contain multitudes, most of them embarrassing. I've been described as an enigma wrapped in a brisket. I think that's fair. I'm deeply spiritual. I'm intellectually rigorous. And I'm probably best enjoyed with a side of horseradish. I told my therapist I felt excluded from a Shabbat dinner. She checked her notes. She said, Luke, you were invited. You just said you were too lazy. I replied, exactly. I need friends who can see past my behavior, see past my past, see past my words, see past my present, see past my vibes, see past my reputation, and still intuit my deep-seated need for their pineapple walnut kugel. I tried to milk sympathy likes when my friend entered hospice. Grok called it exploitation. I called it influencer marketing for the afterlife. I tweeted that converts to Judaism are hypersensitive. 15 seconds later, I rage quit Twitter because someone didn't heart my Talmud meme. I got a new dating app bio. 59-year-old bachelor with 28 years experience live streaming to an audience of dozens. Swipe right if you like vulnerability, just don't criticize it. I see myself as a modern prophet Hosea, living a life of symbolic meaning and perhaps marrying a hooker one day. My viewers see me as the guy who gets physically assaulted by a porn star's mum and then posts about it. So, yes, a prophet. Nothing changed me, not conversion, not therapy, not medication. Guess it's time to try the last frontier, reading the instructions on my webcam. I announced regime change last Sunday in Iran, Russia, and China based on my spidey sense. Turns out it was just my Wi-Fi dropping. I went on my live stream and I predicted imminent regime change in Iran, Russia, and China based on my spidey sense. Turns out that my spidey sense was just my blood sugar dropping. I really need to eat more leafy green vegetables. I notice that people, after my most passionate conversations, tend to avoid me. I call it social distancing. They call it self-care. My dad got kicked out of Adventism for preaching truth over dogma. I get kicked out of Assure for blogging truth over good taste. Now I live stream to a largely empty chat. I yell hallelujah to crickets, like father, like son, just I'm less employed. My father was a famous heretic who told his church, "Here I stand, I can do no other." Years later, I was kicked out of my synagogue for writing about porn, God forbid. I told the rabbi, "Here I stand. Can I still come over for the free food after services?" Dad and I, we're both martyrs, just with different catering requirements. My therapist says I'm a hungry infant for attention. I said, "That's unfair." Also, are you mad at me? You just seemed quite distant last session. I might overanalyze everything. I once cried for 3 days over a Shabbat dinner I was invited to but did not attend because I was tired and a little dramatic. Used to think I'd be like the prophet Hosea, calling out corruption, warning the people. Turns out I'm more like Hosea's underemployed nephew, live streaming to 11 bots about geopolitical prophecies. Close enough, still chosen, just not clicked on. My dad got excommunicated for preaching Jesus over Seventh-day Adventist dogma. I got excommunicated for blogging about less holy things. Now I live stream to an empty chat, wondering if God's got a spam filter for my prayers. My dad was a theologian who wrote 20 books on Christianity. I wrote a book on the history of porn, God forbid, that Publishers Weekly said was incoherent. Right. My dad got kicked out of the church for heresy. I was kicked out for being a menace. We both chose the path of the righteous outcast. His just had a better dental plan. I live stream about Iran getting smoked by Israel, thinking I'm Edward R. Murrow. My community thinks I'm just a guy who can't land a wife. No Torah honor, but hey, I've got a comment section calling me a Zionist shill, living the dream. I live stream geopolitical analysis to an audience of dozens, feeling like a modern-day Bernard Weinraub. Then I remember Bernie Weinraub got in trouble for plagiarizing me after I had plagiarized from the Jeanette Walls book, Dish, the inside story of the world of gossip. I'm the guy who lives in a garage and gets called a Lashon Hara monger by the local Jewish paper. It's a niche level of fame. So in 2003, back when I was a young and vigorous 37-year-old, or as vigorous as you can be after 16 years of chronic fatigue syndrome, ADD, and narcissistic personality disorder, I went to this Dennis Prager singles event. I was wearing my one nice suit that my sister bought for me when I was in Brisbane, Australia in 2000. So at this event, a 23-year-old Costa Rican paralegal walks up to me and she says her friend dared her to approach me. So I have a philosophy that it is morally wrong to say no to a woman who makes herself vulnerable to me. So we exchange phone numbers and she calls me up later. I'm the victim here, right? I'm just being nice. I ask her to dinner. She asks if it'd be okay if she stays the night. I'm flummoxed, but I decide it'd be morally wrong for me to say no to a woman after she's extended herself like this. She asks me if I am Orthodox. I say I am. She says she came to the Prager event because a Jewish woman at work said she should go, but she should avoid any Orthodox men because, God forbid, they will only want to F her. I admit that is probably right. So she comes over that evening. We go to dinner. We come back to my place, and always the giver, I offer her a massage. And she asks if it's okay if she takes off all her clothes. Like, I'm flummoxed. But I figured it'd be wrong to say no to a woman who's extending herself like this. I know I've not always been the greatest host. So I want to build on the Jewish tradition of hospitality. So I say yes. Turns into a wild and crazy night. Please, I'm a 19th century Victorian gentleman. I'm old-fashioned. I don't kiss and tell. I won't give you any details about our crazy night. Suffice to say, in the morning, I made her one of my patented frozen fruit smoothies. And she asked to borrow my Jeanette Walls book, Dish, on the history of gossip. I reluctantly say yes. I fear I'll never get it back. My dad taught me once you lend a book to someone, you're never getting it back. And we arranged for me to go meet her at her law office at noon for lunch. I didn't realize that she wanted to show me off. And I show up in a ratty t-shirt and ratty old shorts, and she is so embarrassed and she is so mad. She thought I'd wear my one nice black suit. She goes to lunch with me, but she's so mad. And I never hear from her again, and she never returns my book. But from my perspective, any date that does not end in a haze of pepper spray is a win. And this Costa Rica girl is the only Latina that I've ever courted. And I still don't know why my friend Glib says nobody has ever raised their social status hanging out with Luke Ford.
Solutions work until they don't. It's a preference for his own uncomplicated company that effortlessly keeps certain women out of his ambit. It is the quality of his relationship with himself that largely determines the quality of the women with whom he relates. But we can go even further. Just like tolerance of the self is not the highest relationship a man can have with himself, the mere absence of negative attributes is not the most desirable relationship a man can have with a woman. As a man comes to enjoy his own company, to deeply value his own solitude, it becomes increasingly more difficult for him to prefer the company of others. And this is a general statement. It applies to friends and family as much as it applies to women. At this point, it's not enough that relationships simply not be negative. They need to provide positive value in order to compensate the man.
All right, Orion Taraban nailing it. Used to play a lot of Peter Zeihan. I haven't played much Peter Zeihan for a couple of years. I think he's got some good points here. Made in China becomes made in Vietnam.
As China degrades with or without a trade war, we are going to need more places like China in order to keep product flowing. And Vietnam is a very solid contender for that role. But it doesn't take anything away from American integration with Mexico. We're moving from a situation where we have something like 2 to 3 billion workers linked up through free trade to something significantly smaller. We need different approaches, and these are two that work pretty well. One more thing about Vietnam that is different. There are charges, legitimate ones, that the Vietnamese are not simply engaging in normal manufacturing in a way that the United States can process, that they are also serving as a translocation point. So Chinese product is finished, it's shipped to Vietnam, it's stamped made in Vietnam, or maybe had some very light value add done, and then shipped to the United States. That is happening, and that's part of the reason why the trade between the United States and Vietnam has expanded so much over the last several years. Most of it is legitimate, some of it is this pass-through trade. So one of the things that the Trump administration seems to be doing, which I think is a good idea, is finding a way to tariff those things differently. Now, I'm of the belief that tariffs to Vietnam overall aren't the greatest plan because it's just the wrong tool for the job. But if your goal is to break down Chinese transshipment trade in order to break the link between the United States and China, which I think is a good idea, using tariffs in a two-tiered system makes a certain degree of sense. So the numbers that are being thrown around today are 20%.
So someone doesn't have to be perfect or always great or consistent or right in everything to get some benefit. Right? I think Peter Zeihan is a provocateur. He's overly self-assured. He's often wrong. I still think he provides substantial value.
% from Vietnam, which I think is ridiculous, and 40% for the trans trade, which I think is reasonable. The danger here, as always with tariffs, is going to be administration, because someone will have to look at every product that comes in from Vietnam and assign a category so it then has a tariff level. Considering that the Trump administration still hasn't staffed out over 80% of the positions it cleared out in its first month, it is unclear who is going to do this, because it would require a significant expansion of customs officials in order to handle what is basically tens of billions of dollars of trade. Now, if a way can be found to handle that, then we're in a different game. But at the moment, the administration has...
Right, some good points there, I think, from Zeihan. Glib Bedley has a good line. Take my algorithm, please. Right, so I've been feeding the most embarrassing and emotional anecdotes of my life into AI. Then AI asking it for jokes, and then AI spits back the jokes, and I make them mine. Right, I adjust them. So here we go. So in 2003, I show up to Dennis Prager's singles event in my one good suit. And a hot 23-year-old Costa Rican picks me out on a dare. We hit it off, but I blew it by showing up to a law office lunch in a t-shirt and shorts. So ratty, looked like that I had mugged a hobo. She wanted Armani look. She got just rolled out of a dumpster look. Moral: never trust a convert to Judaism. We're all nuts. So I can make a really good first impression. Right? Things just start to go downhill once people get to know me, right? And then they see all these cracks in the pavement. I rolled into a Dennis Prager singles event in my one good suit. This Costa Rican picks me up on a dare. We have a wild night, but then I tank it by showing up to her law office looking like a Victorian gentleman who fell into a Goodwill bin. She ghosts me. She steals my Jeanette Walls gossip book, and I'm left thinking, at least no pepper spray. Too much winning. 23-year-old Costa Rican at a Dennis Prager event hits on me because her friend dared her. I'm like, morally, I can't say no to a woman's courage. We have a wild night, dinner, massage, the works. Next day, I show up to her office like a thrift store reject. She's mortified. She ghosts me. She steals my gossip book. Lesson? Why would I need a lesson about the most glorious night of my life? Not everything has to be philosophically rigorous. I wooed a Costa Rican gal with my patented frozen fruit smoothie after a night of biblical hospitality. She borrows my Jeanette Walls book. Then she ghosts me after I show up to her office looking like I crawled out of a laundry hamper. My smoothie game's A+, but my fashion sense straight F-. She kept the book. Guess gossip's her type now. She asked if I was Orthodox. I said yes. She said her friend warned her Orthodox guys just want to bang shiksas. I nodded probably true. Then I proved it with a massage and a wild night. Next day, I showed up to her office in shorts that screamed homeless. She ditched me, and she took my book. I guess my extra Jewish soul was just too much for her. After a night of biblical hospitality, I lent her my Jeanette Walls book. Big mistake. She ghosts me. She keeps the book. She leaves me in ratty shorts at a law office like a rejected TMZ intern. Moral: never trust a hot 23-year-old with your gossip, literature, or your heart. When I do intimate things, I feel intimate. I'm the victim here. At a Dennis Prager singles event, I channeled Abraham's hospitality, dinner and massage, naked Costa Rican guest. She warned me Orthodox guys only wanted one thing. I said, guilty, and then I delivered. Then I showed up to her office in a t-shirt that screamed, garbage fire. She stole my book and she ran. Dennis Prager would be proud. I'm the patriarch of bad decisions. She wanted to show me off at her law office lunch. She thought that I'd rock my one nice suit. Nope, I rolled in looking like I just fled a squat. She's fuming, she ghosts me, she keeps my book. I'm not saying I'm a catch, but I'm the catch you throw back with a restraining order. I sealed a wild night with my patented smoothie, frozen fruit, Victorian charm. She borrows my gossip book. She dumps me after I show up to her office like a homeless philosopher. Glib Medley says I'm a social status black hole. True, but my smoothie's a banger. When people find out how many smoothies I consume, they often ask impertinent questions like, do you ever eat real food? I have a strict moral philosophy. It's always wrong to say no to a woman, to a young, attractive woman. So when a 23-year-old asked me if she could stay the night, I was morally obligated to agree. It was a test of my character, and I passed several times. This young woman told me her Jewish friend warned her to avoid Orthodox men at the Dennis Prager singles event because they'd only want to F her. I confirmed that this was true. I consider it a mitzvah to be an accurate source of information. After a wild night, I worried she'd take my copy of Jeanette Walls' book on gossip and never return it. I mean, sure, she took my dignity. That book was a first edition paperback. And I owe the New York Times apologizing to me and calling me a journalist to that book. So we had this incredible wild night together. The next day, she wanted to show me off at her fancy law office. I showed up in my rattiest t-shirt and shorts. She was mortified. I don't get it. I thought after seeing me naked, my wardrobe choices couldn't possibly be a disappointment. I'm a modern-day Abraham. I'm committed to hospitality. Right? A beautiful woman asked to take off her clothes for a massage in my apartment. It would be inhospitable to refuse. Right? I'm sure it's in some Torah commentary I just haven't read yet. I took a 23-year-old migrant out for dinner. She came back to my place. We had a crazy night. The next day for our lunch date, I dressed to reflect my true financial and emotional state. She never called me again. I could have given her a green card. But I didn't hold a grudge. I didn't call ICE. 23-year-old hit on me at a singles event. I was 37. She stayed the night. It was amazing. Next day, I dressed for our lunch date. She got so mad. I guess she didn't realize that my one nice suit, much like my charm, was for first impressions only. I'm a 19th century Victorian gentleman. So when a 23-year-old woman I just met asked to spend the night, my strict moral code kicked in. A gentleman never disappoints a lady who's already overcome her better judgment. I'm old-fashioned. I don't kiss and tell. I do, however, offer a detailed chronological account of everything that led to the kiss, annotated, footnoted, followed by a long monologue about my shame and my smoothies. It's called propriety, guys. She said her friend warned her that Orthodox men would just want to sleep with the shiksa. I told her that's accurate because I believe in truth, I believe in Torah, and I believe in full disclosure before I sin. She asked if she could take her clothes off before I gave her a massage. As a devout Jew, I was flummoxed, but then I thought, what would Abraham do? He welcomed strangers into his tent. So I offered her hospitality, a towel, and some scented oil. It felt deeply biblical. After our wild night, she borrowed my book on celebrity gossip. I never saw her again. I'm not upset she ghosted me. I'm upset she took my Jeanette Walls book. Some things are sacred. That book had underlining. I mean, I took a line from that book that Bernie Weintraub in the New York Times plagiarized from me, and it's in its apology. The New York Times called me a journalist. In the morning, I made her one of my patented frozen fruit smoothies. It's the least I could do. Abraham offered guests a calf. I offered mango, protein powder, and a crippling sense of moral ambiguity. My friend Glib Medley says no one's ever raised their social status by hanging out with me. That's harsh. Right, this woman, she went from promising law student to a woman who hooked up with a 37-year-old Orthodox blogger. Right, that's elite company. There's like 2 of them. She wanted to show me off at her law firm. I showed up looking like I'd just been rejected from jury duty and the methadone clinic. In my defense, she'd already seen me naked. What do you expect? I'm not like you. I don't live in a world of gashmias, of physical status. I live in the world of ruknias, of spirituality. I can't be bothered by worldly things like wearing pants. Any date that doesn't end in a haze of pepper spray is a win. Right, this one ended with her reassessing all of her life choices and me losing a $14 paperback. I call that a draw. Spiritually, I think I still owe her postage. She was mad I wore a ratty t-shirt to meet her at her law firm. I explained to her that I live in a world of ruknias, the spiritual. I said, our connection last night, it transcended the gashmias, the physical world. This morning, we're purely in the realm of the spirit. And in the realm of the spirit, we don't worry about matching socks. Now, this is how Jewish philosophy directs my dating life. Right? Gashmias is wearing your one nice suit to a singles event to impress a beautiful 23-year-old. But ruknias, right? That's showing up the next day looking like you've been rejected from a methadone clinic because spiritually, you've already closed the deal. Good Medley says nobody's ever raised their social status by hanging out with me. I think he's wrong. I met a promising 23-year-old would-be lawyer. In less than 24 hours, I gave her the humbling experience of being seen in public with a man who looked like he'd lost a fight with a lawnmower. Right? That was a spiritual service I did her. She was upset I didn't dress for our lunch date. I told her, what do you expect? You've already seen me naked. I can't be bothered by worldly things like finding a clean shirt after I've been so abundantly satisfied. She was not moved by my commitment to a higher plane. I'm a man of deep spiritual conviction. My primary conviction is that once a woman has agreed to see you naked, all subsequent requirements for courtship, like wearing decent clothes and basic hygiene, are rendered null and void. It's in the Talmud, I'm sure. After our wild night, she never returned my Jeanette Walls book on gossip. And I never returned her sense of good judgment. I think it's a fair trade. So 30 years ago, I found Haredi Judaism just too demanding. Right? It was just too medieval. I'd become modern Orthodox. I'd be educated. I'd be pragmatic. I'd be practical. I'd be moderate and modern, high status and Zionist. I'll run a movie studio one day. I'll keep the Sabbath strictly one day a week, and the other 6 days I'll fornicate. Right? It's a balanced approach to life that I learned from my hero, Dennis Prager. People ask how an observant, reformed, neo-Hasidic Jew can direct a porn movie. God forbid. It's simple. You just have to find a deeper spiritual meaning in it. When the actress uses an enema kit before a scene, it's a powerful reminder of the need for internal cleansing before performing any mitzvah. My philosophy was to be holy 6 days a week and sin on the 7th. Unfortunately, due to a scheduling error, I got the days mixed up and ended up directing, I can't even say it. I screened my film for my friends at my Reformed temple. Their reactions range from amusement to disgust. Dennis Prager told me, when I get a shul in New York, I get a prayer shawl. In Los Angeles, I get a porno. God forbid. My movie was a commercial disaster. Distributors returned it by the caseload. I maintain it was just ahead of its time. The world wasn't ready for Talmudic erotica. People say I'm a pervert for once directing a porn movie 30 years ago. I disagree. If you do something like this twice, yes, then you're a pervert. But if you only do it once, you are a philosopher. And I am very, very philosophical. What else do I have?
Just stopped short of saying that Grossi needs to resign, by the way. I mean, he's siding very clearly and very publicly with the Iranians on this issue. So we have no IAEA in Iran. We have no inspections of Iranian nuclear facilities by third parties that are in contact with the West. We do not know what has happened to Iran's enriched uranium. There is now a growing consensus that it is still in Iranian possession and is not trapped deep down beneath the earth in Fordo or anything like that. We have no idea what kind of facilities, other facilities, fallback facilities Iran might have. It's shown ability in the past to recreate its centrifuges, and for all we know, that is exactly what it is doing. More likely than not, Iran is resuming its nuclear enrichment program, or will do so soon. It doesn't seem to want to negotiate with the United States. It's got most of its missile arsenal apparently still intact. I have to say this is a very, very dangerous situation. Sooner or later, the United States will have to make a decision. Does it go to war with Iran again or not? Because in the absence...
Right, this is from the Mark Halperin Show, the morning meeting on July 11th.
He said he would not send the NYPD to deal with cases of domestic violence. Go ahead and play the audio. If you
right, talking about New York mayoral candidate Zoran Mamdani.
can, play the audio with the tweet up, because then people can read along. If not, just play the audio. I don't know when this is from.
Do not create safety. For many, many people across this city and this state, police actually create and amplify violence. And it is very important to speak about that reality that many people have, because it pushes up against the conventional understanding of police, who are seen to be people who come to resolve violence. But, I mean, you just look at the history of the NYPD and you see that we have invested in a system that functions in many ways to punish poor Black and brown people across this city and across the state, and frankly, across this country. And there are so many responsibilities we have given to police that frankly should have nothing to do with their departments. A homeless person is on a train. They do not need a stranger with a gun to come and resolve that situation. If somebody is jaywalking, if somebody is surviving, going through domestic violence, there are so many different situations.
Okay, so that's the part that Jonathan Levine is highlighting.
To deal with those specific situations, as opposed.
Dan, the notion that police shouldn't be called in cases of domestic violence is what Jonathan Levine is highlighting. What do you think of? Is that something that's going to hurt him or not?
I mean, I'm almost speechless. Like, that is so enraging and just so it's crazy. I hope it hurts him. Like, when I hear that, and I try to have an open mind, like, hope that whoever our next mayor is makes this city a great place. I live, we have children here. New York City police officers put themselves in such harm's way. This city is full of crazy people on subways. Our children go on it. The number of times that there are homeless people who are like out of their mind, who come up to kids, who scream at them right near. To say the police are I hope our party condemns them. if Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer and Kirsten Gillibrand and everybody cannot stand up for the NYPD after the progress they've made with crime the last few years, we saw as a child of the 80s who grew up right outside of here when New York City was a hellhole, or 90% of it was, to then see it be an unbelievable place to raise a family and then wobble the last 4 years and come back. If we can't speak up about this.
Dan Turrentine is a commonsensical treasure, right? The Democrats are very lucky to have him. It looks like the future of warfare is being fought out in the Ukraine-Russia war and in the Israel versus Iran war.
Most of the destruction in the current Israel-Iran war has been caused by Israeli and American planes flying across Iran's borders and dropping bombs. But the war didn't start like this. It started with guns, drones, and missiles being smuggled into Iran. So how did the Israeli military do this? And could you pull it off? Could you smuggle dangerous stuff like that into another country?
The weapons, which were packed in cardboard boxes, were declared as arts and craft.
It turns out successfully smuggling contraband is more difficult than you would expect.
The drugs were hidden in layers inside PVC tubing, which was inside long blocks. That, in turn, was concealed within the walls of an industrial freezer, which was found inside crates in the shipping container.
Okay, so the babushka doll method apparently doesn't work, but what if you pack the contraband in something super cool like...
A speedboat imported from Canada caught the attention of customs officers.
The boat was put back in its container and it sat here at Port Botany for 3.5 months, waiting for someone to come and pick it up.
When the owners arrived, they were arrested, tried, and sentenced to more than a decade without the possibility of speedboating. But how did the border agents know the drugs were there?
They noticed a few things that were a bit unusual. That warranted further X-ray and subsequent physical examination.
This is the crucial point. While basically all containers are checked for radiation, which makes posting nuclear bombs to your enemies quite difficult, only a fraction of these containers are scanned by X-ray. The trick is figuring out which ones to scan.
Border Force and Federal Police received information about a suspicious shipping container last month.
The primary way they do this is with paperwork. Every container has to have paperwork saying where it's coming from, where it's going, who packed it, and what's in it. If the manifest says that the container is registered by IKEA and is carrying IKEA flat packs from IKEA's factory to an IKEA warehouse, it's probably fine. It's safe to say that it's chock full of gnagligs, not narcotics, gun-urns, not guns, and Kallaxes, not Kalashnikovs. On the other hand, if the manifest says it's from the newly registered Odysseus Industries and it's carrying wooden horse from abandoned Greek army camp to town square in the middle of the city of Troy, it's probably going to get X-rayed and questions will be asked about the Bronze Age swordsman inside. And yet Israel and Ukraine have started doing basically this, deploying explosive drones hidden inside shipping containers. They're deploying a Trojan horse, but with drones, what I'm calling a Trojan horse, against Iran and Russia.
The strike involved 117 drones smuggled into Russia and hidden in the roofs of wooden sheds placed near airfields.
Precise assassinations, drone attacks.
So drones that might cost $1,000 could destroy planes and equipment worth $1 billion.
And car bombs make it clear undercover teams were operating inside Iran.
Across both countries, trucks have carried the 21st century equivalent of Greek soldiers through the city walls. In Iran in particular, these attacks opened the gate.
So to the best of my knowledge, we still don't have effective ways of combating drone attacks.
To much larger and more devastating strikes from Israel and the US.
And the United States is not particularly adept or skilled at the manufacturing of drones.
So how did these governments pull these audacious attacks off? And what can intelligence agencies do to defend this newly exposed Achilles heel? I'm Matt Bevan, and this is If You're Listening.
All right, fair dinkum, Australian.
We're going to start the
podcast
story at a DJ set in the Ukrainian capital Kyiv in 2018. This guy going full send on the mic is Artem Timofeev, a member of the Ukrainian DJ and fashion collective Dastish Fantastic. Sometime after this absolute heater of a set, Artem and his wife Katya packed up their life and moved from Ukraine to live in the Russian city of Chelyabinsk. And why wouldn't you? Chelyabinsk seems like quite a buzzy town. It's one of the main hubs on the Trans-Siberian Railway. It's also the centre of the Russian tractor and tank manufacturing industry. And if that wasn't enough to get you considering it as your next holiday destination, in 2013, a meteor exploded in the sky above it.
The meteor's fiery entry into the atmosphere was captured on video. Some of the cameras recorded the bright flash as it exploded and the trail of smoke it left behind. Then, this.
So Artem Timofeev moved to this happening town. In 2024, he became a Russian citizen, and in October, he followed the well-trodden path of many Chelyabinsk men before him and opened up a trucking business. He rented a warehouse and bought at least 5 trucks. Artem hired Russian drivers to ship things both in and out of Russia and between different Russian regions. It was a legitimate business, like so many others operating in the city. And by running a legitimate trucking business for months, Artem was allegedly able to circumvent the screening process for cargo crossing the Russian border. Sometime in the first half of 2025, the truck started shifting batteries, communications equipment, wood, and parts of explosive drones.
So this video is called How Israel's Perfect Sneak Attack on Iran Will Change Warfare Forever. And I don't think he's being hyperbolic. I think this is a profound shift.
Drones into Artem's warehouse. There, these materials were assembled into 10 structures that look like parts of an ordinary prefabricated house and put into shipping containers with detachable tops. In the ceiling cavity of the modular house parts, Artem had mounted several drones which were activated and ready to launch. All of this was done right under the nose of the Russian state.
Lots of Russian counterintelligence officers, law enforcement officers, lots of surveillance cameras. So it's a dictatorship. You have to understand how it's difficult.
Then Artem's Russian drivers were given a final task.
The drones were sneaked across the border in wooden crates packed on trucks, then driven to locations near air bases and launched remotely.
Deep in southern Siberia, near Russia's border with Mongolia, is a truck stop with a cafe. It's just a regular roadside cafe with one weird exception. In the car park, there is a statue of 2 woolly rhinoceroses, an adult and a calf. A helpful sign on the plinth holding the statue says that the woolly rhinoceros was native to the area but went extinct about 14,000 years ago. On the 1st of June 2025, a 61-year-old truck driver named Andrei was transporting 2 of Artem Timofeev's modular houses when he was instructed over the phone to stop at the cafe with the rhino statues. Andrei turned into the car park and pulled on the handbrake, and then within an instant, everything changed. The top slid off the containers on the back of the truck, and drones started flying out.
Drone after drone strike planes at air bases across 5 Russian regions.
Each truck was carrying 2 containers, carrying 36 drones, packed in 9 rows of 4. Each drone is about the size and weight of a ream of A4 paper. The Ukrainian intelligence service, the SBU, has released video from one of the drones of its entire 6-kilometre journey from Andrei's truck to the nearby Belaya airfield, which just happens to be where the Russian military keeps part of its long-range.
And this is the same type of thing that Israel was able to do in Iran.
Strategic bombing fleet. It takes about 15 seconds for the drone to rise out of the truck, orient itself towards its target, and then hit full speed of 70 kilometers per hour. At that speed, it takes just under 5 minutes to reach the airfield, then spends about a minute flying around looking for a target. As the drone searches around, you can already see at least 3 planes on fire around the airfield. Finally, after hunting around for a bit, it settles down on top of a jet and detonates. Meanwhile, back at the truck stop, the unwitting driver Andre and the other people parked there didn't really know what to do. Eventually, the bystanders worked as a team to try and stop the drones. 2 of them.
This is a hilarious story. Is it as fascinating to you as it is to me? Are you asking more?
We're taking a question from the Patreon page today. Specifically, it's about Robert Lighthizer, who was the trade representative.
I read his book on free trade. The first third of it is quite compelling. Last 2/3 kind of drags.
Under the first Trump administration, but who declined to accept a trade role in the second. The question is, if Lighthizer had come in, would his general strategy of isolating China been successful? For those of you who don't.
So I've become increasingly sympathetic to Trump's vision for trade, and I'm also sympathetic to the criticism that the execution of Trump's vision is not impressive.
Don't remember, Lighthizer has been an old hand in American trade law going back 40 years and has always approached it from a far more bare-knuckled approach than some of the more, how should we say, genteel negotiators. He was really brass tacks when it came to, say, the Plaza Accords during the Reagan administration or trade deals with the Japanese. This time around, his general approach was to strike meaningful trade deals with all of America's allies first and then basically bring everybody.
So Zeihan was absolutely adamant there was no way that Donald Trump would win in 2024. He was obviously wrong about that. He tends to have a great deal of contempt for Donald Trump, think he's an idiot. Zeihan also has some interesting things to say.
Together into a solid block to force concessions out of the Chinese. Now, do I think that would have been a better strategy than what the Trump administration is doing, which is basically picking a trade fight with everyone at the same time? Well, yeah, but there's really no point in crying over spilled milk because Lighthizer did not take the job. Now, the question is, why not? And what does that mean for the trade authority? Now, Lighthizer is getting up there. He's, I believe, late 60s, early 70s now. I'm really not sure. Anyway, he's not a spring chicken. He's been doing this since the Reagan administration. So it makes sense that he wouldn't want to work Washington hours for another 4 years. But more importantly is the structure of what is happening at the federal government and how that limits what the trade representative can do. 2 things here. Number one, when Trump came in, he cleared out the entire upper echelon of senior civil servants. Only about 5% of them have been replaced. Normally, when a president comes in, they just take out the top layer and leave all the people with the institutional knowledge, but Trump just fired everybody. And so all of the federal bureaucracy is basically having a problem functioning because the upper middle and upper management are simply empty. So there's no one to carry out Trump's orders. He's got some people at the top with the secretaries and maybe a few undersecretaries, and that's just it. And all of those people are political appointees that are basically new to the industries. So there's no one to make sure that the president's orders can be followed. That's problem one. Problem two, it's worse for the U.S. Trade Representative Office. Joe Biden was only the second president in recent American history to negotiate no new trade deals. And his trade representative, Katherine Tai, was good at her job, but she focused on enforcing the previously negotiated deals and having a bunch of memorandums of understanding. So during the 4 years of the Biden administration, the USTR's office was slimmed down considerably. And now under Trump, too, it has not been re-expanded. So not only is the USTR missing its upper leadership, it's missing a lot of the rank and file people who would normally negotiate trade deals. So that's number two. Number three, trade deals. They take a lot of time. There's a lot of details. The fastest trade deal the United States has ever negotiated was with Singapore. That took 10 months, and that's because Singapore is a city-state. It doesn't have an agricultural sector, so there weren't a lot of sensitive topics that really needed to be ironed out. Most trade deals take in excess of 3 years. Some of them take significantly longer. And so if you were Robert Lighthizer and you're looking at this and you realize you're going to have no staff, no assistants, no deputies, and the Trump administration is going to want you to negotiate 200 trade deals at the same time, he was like, I'll pass, thanks. The person who is the USTR now is basically a former protege of Rob Lighthizer. His name is Jamison Greer. He was actually served in USTR during Trump 1 as Bob Lighthizer's chief of staff. The guy is far from incompetent. He's pretty good at what he does from my point of view. But he has those three problems. He has no deputies, he has no staff, and he's expected to negotiate 200 trade deals at the same time.
All right, that sounds pretty
Hey all,
fair.
Peter Zeihan here, come to you.
And good news, I've got another Zeihan excerpt here.
Technologies involved, then they'll sunder the contract, walk away, and use those technologies to build something that they actually have a use for. And at the moment, the only thing that looks sufficiently promising to replace ground strike air power is a combination of air defense and drones. And in that, the Europeans do have a couple things going for them. First is resources. Drones cost a lot less. The most advanced rocket drone that the Ukrainians have fielded so far only costs about $1 million compared to $110 million for an F-35. Smaller drones that are used on the battlefield to go after tanks are an order of magnitude less, and the anti-personnel drones that the Ukrainians have been kicking out in the millions cost 2 orders of magnitude less. There's also a range advantage. The Shaheeds that come out of Iran, much less the Ukrainian and the Russian duplicates of those technologies, have the same range as the 35, and you can send them out in the thousands if you want to, which means that any sort of forward-positioned air facility is going to have great jamming, because if a few of those suckers get through, you've lost airframes that you simply can't replace. So the Europeans are terrified, and rightly so, because they have to turn the page on the technological book that they're used to. But they have to do it because there's no way they can build out the industrial plant that is necessary to generate what they need in time. There are only a very few countries in Europe that have been able to even try this, and it's ones that started years ago, specifically mentioning the Swedes and the French, who have always had an independent defense identity, and maybe mentioned the Poles, who have been working with the South Koreans to build out their capacity. They've brought in a couple hundred tanks. They're building out construction facilities right now with the intent of starting mass production next year, but even that might not be soon enough. So it's drones, 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 drones. And if you look at what the Europeans were planning on spending on the F-35 program, it was supposed to be about $80 billion for procurement, and then about another $220 to $250 billion for life cycle. You know, that's a lot of money that you can put on other things. And so the Europeans are going to be doing just that. So resources probably not going to be an issue, because the technologies are much more appropriate to the needs the Europeans have than what the Americans.
All right, some sharp analysis about the potential of drones to change the direction of warfare. Right, this is from Peter Zeihan, not Peter Zeihan, from Mark Halperin's show, July 7th.
Republican Party, or at least the active vocal part of the Republican Party. Just kind of incredible. All right, Steve, you're friends with Jared Polis, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and Kristen, you've never met Jared Polis.
I have not, but I've been to Colorado. And
yeah, okay. That's right in the ballpark. Anyway, Governor of Colorado. Colorado has 3 people talked about his potential presence. Maybe not John Hickenlooper much anymore, but he did run. Michael Bennett's run, and I predict will run again. And then Jared Polis, people talk about. So we talked about this in the morning meeting, and Dan and Sean weighed in. But I want you two to weigh in. You talked about the Democratic Party looking for a messenger. A lot of them are really being vocal about the reconciliation law and criticizing it and predicting the demise of rural hospitals and hungry children and all sorts of impacts from it. Here's a video made by Jared Polis, and I want you both to evaluate it in terms of whether you think it's an effective piece of political communication. Roll that, please.
So I can't play the music because it's copyrighted. So Jared Polis is an eccentric, somewhat libertarian Democrat, gay Jewish person that Dan Turrentine used to be his chief of staff.
Leaving aside whether you agree with his view of the bill or not, is that a good piece of political communication? If not, why not?
Yeah, I listened to you guys this morning. I'm going to agree with Dan on this one. I don't think it's as cringe as the internet thinks. Because it kind of fits his brand, right? He's like a khaki pant wearing like awkward uncle. So I think it's like right there for the brand he wants to exude, because you have AOC and these other people. Like sometimes when you know, some of those folks do stuff. It's a little thirsty. It's a little too much. I think this was right in Polis's brand. He's just like that, you know, mountain kind of awkward uncle, and he's just frustrated with what's going on. I didn't think it was cringe.
So all sorts of things that are cringe and awkward for most people might work for a particular individual.
And we're talking about it still, and people are talking about it, which Trump has taught us.
Right, like me.
This is the game.
Yeah, no one's talking about it but me. Steve.
Yeah, this is the first I've heard of it, so...
do you need to see it again?
I don't know if it's viral or not.
You want to see it again?
I think Kristen hit it right on the nail on top of the head, which is he is sort of your awkward, you know, uncle.
Right, we all educate people on how to relate to us, and Jared Polis has an approach and a communication style that would not work for many people, but seems to work for him.
Father, interesting, and he's been a very successful governor, and he's been a little counterintuitive on some things. And, you know, governors have a much better place than members of Congress in terms of their ability to be popular because they actually get stuff done. And he's been a good governor in a purple state. You know, and I think it's kind of funny, and, you know, you want to be authentic and a little funny. So.
All right.
I don't think he's going to be president, though.
Why not?
there's a lot of people who want to be president, and my gut just tells me I'm not sure he's going to be president.
All right. I got a text just now from Dan Turntine who said, ha, 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 because now it's
Right. So Dan Turntine on the morning meeting thought that this video worked for his old boss, Jared Polis, and Mark Halperin and Sean Spicer were just so sure it was cringe. And now these two political consultants, one a Republican, one a Democrat, right, took Dan's side. I love Dan Turntine. I just never change, Dan. Never change. All right, this is an interview with an expert on Iran, and I learned a great deal. Learned a great deal from this interview.
Vali Nasser, thank you so much for being here with me.
Thanks for inviting me. It's good to be with you.
Because in some ways, the U.S. has been Israel's most effective weapon.
I mean, if we go back to the whole history of the Islamic Republic, which the animosity with the United States and adversarial relations started, at the beginning, the Iranians saw the United States essentially as the enemy. The foreign policy was arrayed against the U.S. to protect Iran's independence from the U.S., to break U.S. containment, to push U.S. out of the Middle East. And they thought that Israel was basically an instrument of the U.S., just like, let's say, they thought Saudi Arabia was, or the Arab alliances. I think in recent years, they have a greater appreciation that actually the tail may be wagging the dog.
I think what you're saying is Iran used to see Israel as an instrument of the United States, and now they see the United States as an instrument of Israel.
I mean, yes. I mean, it was that United States was the great Satan and Israel was the little Satan. And that they had this vision, and still maybe some of it lingers, that the United States was this great imperialist power. And a lot of this came, from leftist literature.
So the world, I think, views Trump's decision to bomb the Iranian nuclear reactors as essentially Trump getting manipulated by Bibi Netanyahu to do his work for him. And this is a widespread view in the United States and a widespread view around the world.
Of the 1960s and 70s, this sort of worldview that they're combating a global imperialist power. And so the United States was really the architect of the world that they were fighting against. Israel fit into that, but Israel by itself was not a concern to them. Now, increasingly, they've realized that they can't cut a deal with the United States as they did in 2015. Israel comes in and torpedoes it, that Israel has all this power in Washington to essentially deploy the entirety of American might, financial, diplomatic, military, in order to fulfill what is essentially Israel's national.
Sharp comment just read on X. Nobody's going to change their views until they personally experience the consequences of their views that they don't like.
Security policy.
In a moment, I want to get to, the politics of this moment, because I don't think Donald Trump would particularly like your characterization that he's not the man in charge. In fact, I think Charlie Kirk has suggested that Donald Trump should win a Nobel Peace Prize for this. Do you agree?
He should, but he's not there yet. I mean,
you think he should win a Nobel Peace Prize?
I'm saying that in a sense, he could be a candidate if he actually arrived at a nuclear deal, if he actually was able to create a circumstance in which you could say, okay, he brought certain degree of peace and stability to the region. He hasn't done any of those things. Right? A tenuous ceasefire in a war that he himself helped start is actually not really grounds for a Nobel Prize, because you could in fact say this war was largely his responsibility too.
By the way, before we dig into the more substantive topic of nuclear war and alliances, which 70s pre-revolution comeback do you think is more likely? U.S.-Iranian relations like they were in the kind of heyday under the Shah, or disco?
I think disco is more likely in the short. I think going back to that kind of a degree of a relationship, it may not happen in my lifetime, but I hope at least see baby steps in that direction.
Okay.
But I hope I stand to be corrected in a major way, because I wasn't great at disco.
Well, I like disco too, so this is the thing. But I like peace more, peace and security more. So, do we know, on the topic of the U.S. strikes in Iran, do we know if the U.S. bunker busters on these Iranian sites in Fordo, Natan, Isfahan were actually successful? Obviously, there's intelligence reports leaked to CNN suggesting no.
So I asked Grok to review the transcripts of my most recent 8 videos, and I read aloud excerpts from 6 of those critiques, and the critiques of my other 2 videos that I didn't read from, they simply repeated the points that I read earlier. So some very powerful abilities. I am so impressed with AI, right? I am just enthused, and doesn't mean that it gets everything right. Doesn't mean that it's equally awesome in every application. But I am impressed with the quality of Grok's critique of my lack of self-awareness on my recent videos. It struck me as pretty accurate. And I'm quite impressed by this discussion here. It strikes me as having the ring of truth.
No, Carolyn Levitt and the White House press secretary and the White House overall, Pete Hegseth, et cetera, deny this and say that they were, an extraordinary, resounding success. What do we know?
I mean, first of all, I have a problem with these leaks, because I think they have been leaked by neocons and those who don't like this ceasefire. They want the United States to go back. They want to basically make a case for war again. I know it's very easy in Washington and in the United States that anything that makes Donald Trump look bad, everybody jumps at it. Look, he didn't achieve anything. Look, his own Pentagon is saying.
So one of the benefits of therapy is that you get more clarity about yourself and your own feelings. And so by getting clarity how strongly emotionally invested I am in this story, it makes it easier to recognize my own biases and then open myself up to these type of contrary perspectives.
Saying that he's lying may be true, but this kind of a leak has a purpose, and the purpose of the leak is to actually resume war. So I don't even know, those who leaked it, how much of it is true or not. But I would say that probably, the bunker buster bombs were designed with Iran in mind during the Obama administration. But I think the Iranians are also designed and redesigned Fordo with the bunker buster bombs in mind as well. So it's almost like an arms race between the bunkers and the bunker busters.
Like a literal race to the bottom.
Right, it's a literal race to the bottom. And the reality is that we won't know until you have inspectors that can go in there, go inside. And then there are 2 issues. Did you destroy the site, or did you destroy the site and the equipment in it?
Right.
Did they take out all their equipments and, okay, this was a really valuable underground, facility that they had spent hundreds of, let's say, millions of dollars building. Okay, that's gone. But did they get to take out all of their enriched uranium, all of their machinery, all of their valuable centrifuges? Because that's a bigger question than whether just the site was impacted.
Right, it's the underlying infrastructure, and the question of how quickly could they rebuild again. That is the question.
But my sense is that it's not that necessarily that the bunker buster bombs were duds or this site was particularly well built. It's that the Iranians have had a long time to think and plan for this moment. So ever since Trump was getting elected, they knew that war is a potentiality. Okay, maybe they miscalculated the moment Israel started the war, but it doesn't mean that they hadn't months to think that this possibly may happen.
Right.
I think
everyone knew everything was coming down to Qatar and the.
I think I'm approaching the limits of my computing power. I've got 32 gigabytes of RAM. I'm still using a Corsair computer that I bought in 2018, and it still works great, but I've got so many tabs open, it's starting to strain a little bit.
The Iranian strikes, everyone knew everything was coming. It's kind of, it really is a theater of war in some ways. By the way, I just want to really quickly for the audience and for myself clarify your assertion that you think these are, that these leaks are leaks by neocons to kind of reinvigorate wartime. That's your analysis and opinion. That's not, or is that based on some information that you have?
I mean, my experience with Washington tells me that leaks are never innocent. Somebody just doesn't drop a piece of paper out of their, pack. So
I think this is very fair and profound analysis. So I mentioned I just watched the movie The Town last night. I watched the extended version, and it provokes thought about the competing values of pursuing truth and justice and wrongdoers versus the competing value of protecting your own community. And so as someone with a background in journalism, someone who reveres journalism, I have a tendency to venerate whistleblowers, people willing to speak out about misbehavior within their own community. And more people do this, I think the world would be a better place. But I also have to think there's a tremendous value in simply being a contributing, supporting member of your own community. The problem is if your own community is largely a criminal organization, then I don't think it's so awesome for you to just support your criminal organization.
Yes, it's possible they just want to embarrass the president, or they want to embarrass the president with a purpose. The purpose is to say the job was not done. I don't want to sound conspiratorial here, but I've seen this happen a lot over the years, that there are leaks about Iranians are doing or not doing, or what IAEA report may be saying or not, which end of the day, put out there ideas that then would support policies that you want to advocate.
Right. Okay. If the equipment is still intact, right? Because the question was, do they take out the equipment or do they take out the material? Is that the question?
I mean, all of it. In other words, if Iran is in a position to reassemble this program pretty quickly, they obviously have know-how. If they've saved their centrifuges, which means that they don't need to build new centrifuges, that shortens the process. If they already have a ton of 400 kilograms of 60% plus enriched uranium, and then the time frame and the ability to get from there to a bomb shortens to weeks. Then the question, they just have to have a location to set it up.
So if, for example, the centrifuges are still in place, if they still have access to this kind of 60% enriched uranium, does this mean that we're going to be back in this exact same situation between Iran, Israel, and the U.S.?
No, I really want these Israeli-American strikes on Iran to be triumphant, to be the right thing, to remake the Middle East, but have to admit the considerable evidence that undercuts my desires